right, YouTube. John Boy in the house. I have a special guest. Kickin with Ben will be joining me in a little bit here. Just thought I'd go live today, see what everybody's up to. What's been kicking, y'all? Man, I should have fixed some breakfast this morning. I'm kind of hungry. My stomach growling a little bit, you know what I mean? The band is my brothers, my brother Daryl and my other brother Daryl. Who we got in the house? Hit that like button. Share it out. Got somebody everybody needs to meet, man. He's a cool dude, cool dude. Yeah. Man, it's windy as I don't know what out here today. Windy. Ooh, it's windy. Yeah, y'all. Soon as he sees them live and gets in that chat, I'm going to drop him that link. Got Chrysler Imperial in the house. How's it going, Chrysler? Paris Logan in the house. How y'all doing today? Be sure to hit that like button. It just helps the algorithm, man. Get more people in there. I'm just chilling out on a Monday. Typical Monday, everything goes wrong, you know. Drinking my coffee as usual. Yeah, it's fixed to rain here, Paris, for the next 7 days. You can smell the rain in the air, but it's just it hadn't started raining yet. We're already like 11 inches above the normal rainfall here in West Tennessee. Chrysler Imperial in the house. I did not realize you were from California, Chrysler. Paris said she's feeding the horses before it rains. Where are you at, Paris? I forgot. It was Texas, isn't it? I don't know. Yeah, y'all, man. It's been crazy. Michigan. Oh, okay, Michigan. I know some folks from Michigan. I don't know. It was my friend's wife. I don't know what her maiden name was. She was up there from around the lakes, or one of the lakes. In Michigan, the state with 1,000 lakes or something like that. I can't remember now. You know, when you get old, you just forget. And I forget a lot. You know, I don't know. If I turn this on, what will it do? I can't find my daggone light switch. I turn that on, it messes up my background, but it gives me flesh tone, and if I have it off, daggone, I look like I'm in black and white. I can't lose for winning. I mean, win for losing. So I can't even get the thing straight. I got my dadgum computer tower. Is right there. Oh, it messed it. Oh, it's okay now. Whew, Michigan. You know what? I bet he doesn't see that I'm live because, man, I got Kicking with Ben's bell rung and I never get a notification. Never. That's crazy. What do y'all think about that corona? I've got an idea on it, but I'm gonna save it for a little bit because I mean, I'm not saying it's not something to laugh at, but I see what they're doing with it. And I'm not saying it's a hoax, but they're pushing an agenda with it. You know what I mean? Where's everybody at? It's only showing I got one in the chat. That is crazy. And that one is just me. Huh. If nobody has Kicking with Ben, I got the link in the description to his channel. Y'all go sub to him. He's a good guy. Just a normal, everyday guy. I think I need to get some more music going, man. It's kind of quiet around here. Just don't know what I should play on here. Let me see. Who ever heard of some? Oh, my bad. I thought it said funky and classic. What's this? That's some foot stomping music right there. I don't care who you are. Stomp it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I got a phone call coming in. Should I answer it or leave it alone? What's going on? I don't even know if I can pronounce that. Kollemeister? Kollemeister? That sounds about German. No. No, I'm trying to figure it out. I don't remember that name. You must have had a different name. You must have had a different name. I can't really pronounce it correctly, I don't think. You know, I'm just too countrified. There we go. A little bit better. Kicking with Ben. There he is. There he is. Let me see if I can. Let me see what I can do here. All right, Kicking. There you go. I had some country music going. Hang on. We got Kicking with Ben about to grace our presence. I love daggum banjos and violins. We call them fiddles. But if you're sophisticated, it's called a violin. That's crazy how they do it. Yeah, he had to take the day off, man. His tractor tire messed up on him. That's messed up. Super Dave. What's that link, Super Dave? Is that Kicking with Ben's link? I don't see him backstage yet. Oh, Super Dave, you want to come up? You can come on up, Super Dave. Just chilling. I was wanting to go live. I just didn't know what I wanted to talk about. I kind of do know what I want to talk about, but I don't want to stir up any controversy on the corona thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know it's bad, but there's an agenda behind it. You know what I mean? There's an agenda behind everything they're doing nowadays. Yep. Oh, that gum. I'm trying to take Ben's thing. I guess country folks just say yep, and I say nope. All right, we got Kicking with Ben in the backstage, and without further ado, Kicking with Ben. What are you doing, man?
What's going on? Look at here.
Oh.
There goes Kitty Oreo. He got him a girlfriend. He don't want to stay home lately.
Uh-oh.
There you go. You got him a woman.
I mess you up every time. What you been doing, Ben? What?
Super Dave in the chat.
Yeah, I see. I think he ran your link. I haven't clicked on it, but I believe that might be your link he's got out there.
I think I was logging in when you were saying his name.
Yeah.
Well, I had to go talk to a man about a horse, you know, so it took me a minute to get back to the truck.
I got a man coming by in a little bit, I'm pretty sure, because this coffee's talking to me.
The coffee?
Yeah.
Yeah, these Bart's root beers are talking to me.
I got like 2 gallons of moonshine. I'm scared to touch it.
Lord, I'd like to have me some good moonshine. I really would.
Sure,
Super Dave would.
Oh, there's Super Dave. All right, we got Super Dave coming up.
Yeah, put Super Dave on the panel. Oh my goodness, SuperDave44
in the house.
What's up? I'm headed to work,
y'all. In the house.
I'm headed to work. Yeah. Do what?
Oh, you're headed to work?
Yeah. I have a message that I've heard. I'm going in to verify that these big box stores after this week may not be stocking food after this week. I'm going in to verify it today, right now, in a few minutes. I don't want to put something out there I'm not sure about, you know. It's very possible after this week now. I mean, we need to you know, stay aware of what's going on. That they may not be stocking food like in these Costco's and Walmarts and, you know, these places because of what's going on.
I believe you're correct, Dave.
Super Dave, I understand what you're saying, but everybody's overreacting is what they're doing.
I just wanted to get the word out there.
Thank you, Super Dave. Thank you for the word. You know?
I may not be 100% sure yet, but I can't tell where I work, you know, can't tell everybody. But yeah, I started a new job a few weeks ago, and I'm kind of in that industry, you know, but because I know someone that, you know, also in the industry, they told me earlier, but I'm going in, I'm going to verify it real soon. I put a video out, you know, saying I heard that. That's what that link is there, John Boy.
Oh, okay. Okay. I put some color to my face and turn my light on. Yeah, that one day
in the chat, and I don't want to panic nobody. Thank God, yesterday I went and bought on my day off $350, like 10 rolls of ground beef, couple cases of canned goods, and you know, some meats and just various things. I stocked up. I know it'll last me the next 3 weeks at least.
Well, you can't go wrong by doing that. You can't go wrong.
It's hard to find water. I tell you firsthand right now. You cannot hardly find cases of water. You cannot hardly find cases of water. If you got old milk jugs or something, clean them out and put clean water in it. You need to save water the best way you can.
And put 1 teaspoon of bleach in it. Because you can't just set plain water there for 6 months at a time without it being sterilized. And like that city water where I live, it's already got bleach in it. So to take 1 teaspoon of bleach and put in each gallon of water, it's not going to kill you. It's not going to kill you.
Well, what about borax? Would that work?
Borax might work. Now, John Boy, I haven't thought about that, and I haven't checked on it. I really haven't checked on it, but that might work.
Well,
I don't know. Borax
borax
might be a little too damn strong now.
Well, they use that in their daily routines to help cleanse out their bodies. That I've heard. I haven't tried it, but borax.
That may be true. That may be true. But Super Dave is right. He is right. But I'm not going to overreact. What's my freezer's full of deer meat.
Zombie deer.
Well, we got our own grinder. We grind our own sausage and hamburger up.
Yeah.
We mix it with Boston butt.
Well,
I'm just trying to get the word out. I'm just trying to get the word out in case this is coming. You know, let's be ready for it.
Yeah, Super Dave ain't wrong, John Boy. Super Dave ain't wrong.
Right.
You never know what's coming. You never know. Like I say, you never know what's coming. You never know how the public and society is going to react. You know, stay prepared, everybody. That's, you know, if you have a weapon, keep it somewhere, you know, and protect yourself if you got to. People will go crazy, man, trying to get stuff.
Well, Super Dave, though, the only thing I'm worried about is somebody trying to rob me when the shit hits the fan. That's the only thing I'm worried about.
Hey, hard as ain't. Well, have you ever noticed all your
they're going to have a 45 up their ass when they try me, now I'm going to tell you.
Well, look at this. For the last, I don't know how many years, all your oysters, sardines, and stuff come from China. All your canned oysters and stuff, all that comes from China.
Exactly.
And if you look at your vegetable cans, a lot of those come from Indonesia and Brazil and places like that.
That's right.
I started to do a story on it. I read last week where a lot of these meats, you know, pig farms and cows and meats go over there to China, you know, and being prepped and sent back to America.
Yeah.
You know, like the sausages, them kielbasa sausages and them Polish sausages, Smithfields. Yeah, there's a lot of companies that meat, you know, it gets sent to China and then it gets sent back processed from China, you know.
Well, check this out. And I don't know if I should name, can I name the major grocery store? Would that get me in trouble?
I don't know.
Well, look, I was talking to the butcher.
I
was talking to the butcher in this this nationwide grocery store. And he told me all the beef and everything in there is China owned, China farmed.
Yeah. It may be. Maybe. Right.
And that was years ago.
It is. It's like Smithfields and these big companies that send back this processed meat.
That
Spam and stuff.
That grocery store's name starts with a K. All right. And ends with an R.
Kroger.
Oh, I didn't say it. Yeah.
That's the only one that came by. What? Is that algorithm or something?
I don't know.
That's not algorithm, is it?
Well, I didn't want to get sued for slandering, but it's not a slander.
Well, I must have messed your channel up just then.
No.
Kicking with it. I was on Awake's panel there for a few minutes last night, kicking with Ben.
After I went to bed. Probably was.
Talking about it, you know. I asked her what she think about, you know, people that think that this is a hoax. She thinks it's very real, you know. I know we all believe it's manufactured and all this. There's a lot of drama behind the scenes. Um, but yeah, I really believe it's happening, but it is also, in my belief that it's manufactured also.
Let me say
Oh,
this,
I
Super
know it
Dave.
is. I know it is.
Super Dave, this is what it is. You got your regular 2 strains of flu, right? Well, now you got this coronavirus come out. Well, it's got a genetic marker in it so they can tell the difference. And they're causing fear. And this virus, this new coronavirus, is killing the same age gender of people that the regular flu does. But now they're able to say, well, the coronavirus killed these people. And they're trying to make a panic. I'm not saying people aren't dying, but what I'm saying is they're drumming it up because they're trying to put New World Order in place.
That's exactly right, John
That's
Boy.
what I
That's
mean.
exactly right. Exactly right.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean by manufactured. Yeah, they manufacturing and making it worse, even though it's going to kill people.
I haven't met a sick person yet.
I haven't either.
Either. And I live in the country, but I get out into the population and I haven't seen or met anybody sick yet. You're right.
Well, I'm just south of Jackson, Tennessee, and they got a population of like, what, 24,000 or better? And there's not a case of anybody being sick or anything. I mean, I have not seen anybody coughing and nothing. But it is causing a mass panic and it's clearing out the shelves, like you're saying. And I mean, what better way to install New World Order than stop your supply shipments from being able to restock stores, and people start getting desperate and crazy, and they're going to do anything the government tells them they need to do.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right, John Boy.
But I'm not down.
People will follow.
Go ahead.
The sheeple will follow. That's right. That's what they do. A lot of people here in America, they see China has the most sheeple population in the world. That they're unknown. They don't really have the resources like we have in the mass media and stuff like that. Everything's controlled. But yeah, the sheeple will follow. The gatekeepers. I got to go, y'all. I got to go into work. I appreciate y'all.
Super Dave. I'll be on 7 p.m. tonight. See you then. Love you, brother. Love you.
Y'all have a good night.
You
Love
too,
you, brother.
Thank you.
Have a blessed day. But yeah, they're pushing this thing, man. They're trying to put fear in. I mean, look, I was on a wake up panel too. And I kind of shut my mouth up because I wanted to say what I just said, but I didn't want to.
Sometimes you got to shut your mouth, John Boy. Sometimes you got to shut your damn mouth like I do, But
well, they were doing the statistics on in Washington State where what they said it's got an infection rate of 22%. Well, yeah, if you're only
like that. Yeah.
Well, if you're only studying 160 something people in one area and so many people die and it equals out 22%, yeah. But that was an elderly person's home. You know what I mean? These people already got health problems. I mean, it's getting the people the normal flu gets
they already
already.
got prior conditions,
Right. Ooh, I heard thunder. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to.
Now, here's something strange to me. A kid can't catch it.
Right.
Now, something about that sounds strange.
Well, because their immune system hadn't been brought down fast. We've been here for a while, right? We've been breathing in and taking in all these contaminants and all this stuff they've been putting in our foods. Well, these kids hadn't had enough time for all that to get into their system.
Well, you may be right. That may be. Hey, I hadn't thought about that, but that might be right.
Well, if you keep feeding a rat poison, eventually it will die. You know what I mean?
Well, that does make sense. I'm gonna say it does make sense. You know,
It's crazy.
but I still think for the vast majority they overreact.
Yeah. I mean, people should. I mean, seriously, because this is fixed. We are, regardless if it's extremely bad, like they're pushing it, or if it's just as common as the regular flus, we're fixed to get quarantined. You know what I'm saying? They've got an agenda that they are following.
Yeah, I understand that. I really do understand that. I really do.
But I'm not saying this flu is the hoax. I'm just saying this flu is a tool they are using to control the masses.
And I'm gonna tell you, I'm not taking the damn vaccine.
Oh, no. No.
I will not take that damn vaccine. I will not do it.
I got the flu back when I was a teenager back in 1982, right? That's the last time I ever had the flu. I've never taken a flu shot. Now, when I was in the Air Force, I had to take these shots, right? Man, let me tell you what, they gave me a typhoid shot. I had flu-like symptoms for a week, but I couldn't do anything about it. You know what I mean? Because I was in the military. That's one reason I got out. I had to take that oral polio and all sorts of different stuff. That's why I got out of the Air Force back in 90. I was like, screw this.
Well, my way of looking at it is, here's my way of looking at it is, I watched the show this morning. It was My Huckabee, you know him.
Yeah.
And he said, we've got less than 20 deaths on this coronavirus. And this year up to date, we got around 12,000 people died of the common flu.
Right.
So look at your numbers here. Look at your damn numbers.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I didn't mean to say damn on your channel, but
oh, it's all right.
I mean, you know, look at your friggin' numbers. Look at your friggin' numbers.
They don't have a starting point to start with the regular flu, right? So that's why they introduced this new flu with a genetic marker that they could track. That way they can say, oh, look what it's
You're probably right. You're right.
What it's doing to the people. When in reality, the regular flu is killing more people than this flu. I'm not saying this flu.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right.
Numbers.
I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
No.
I mean, I could be, John Boy, I could be totally wrong, but I don't think I am. I
don't think you are. I think, like I said, and you pretty much agree, it's an agenda, it's a fear factor thing. They're trying to herd the masses into a panic.
Well, John Boy, here's my way of looking at that. I'm going to go ahead and tell you, here's my way of looking at that. They've tried to bring Trump down 4 different ways, and this is their last drop. They're trying to bring the markets down. They're trying to bring this down, trying to bring that down. But here's the way that works. Okay, Trump is trying to bring the dollar back to the gold standard from the central banks, you know? And anytime you flop something, if you know what flop means, anytime you try to flop something, it's going to go down.
Right.
So you can get it back. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm trying to say?
It's a two-part. I mean, it's a multifaceted thing they're doing. This coronavirus, they're going to say, collapse the economic.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Yep, you're right.
When in reality, it has been collapsing for years, and they just keep adding air to it, and that is about the pot.
That's right.
We don't want it to pop on its own. Let's throw this virus out here and make this virus looks like it popped the economy.
But here's what's gonna happen, John Boy. Here's what's gonna happen. I watched a couple videos yesterday, day before, whatever it was. Now, here in about another month, you ain't gonna hear nothing about the coronavirus no more. And the stock market's gonna balloon. Trump knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Well, hopefully this opens up people's eyes to seeing that our country needs to manufacture goods and not rely on other countries to get our goods to us.
I don't know why the hell we buy them from other countries anyway.
Because they came up that law years and years ago, I think when Clinton was in, where they made it to where everybody
you said Clinton, then. You said Clinton. God damn.
I ain't worried about it. Oh, Slick Willie.
Yeah, Slick Willie, hello. Yeah, man, you know, it tickles me. My whole fucking neighborhood, I'm gonna say friggin', my whole friggin' neighborhood here is going crazy. They can't find sanitizer lotion. Toilet paper's running out. I said, man, what are y'all doing? Y'all letting the Democratic Party just shove it in your ass is what you do.
Well, that's why they need the toilet paper.
Hey, I messed up on that right then, but I got it back up there, didn't I? Anyway, look at him. My daddy used to tell me back before he died, back in 05, I think it was, Ben, there's going to be a lot of tricks out here. They're going to try to trick y'all guys over here. He didn't ever tell me what he meant by that, but now I see what he meant.
Well,
but, you know, we'll work it out.
You know who
he told me to be smarter than them. He told me to be smarter than them.
Right. You know who the first member in my whole life? Nixon. I remember Nixon.
Oh, Nixon. Oh, Nixon. Yep.
That's the first president I remember.
That was in the early 70s.
Yeah.
Early 70s, yep. It was right after JFK.
Wasn't there one before that? Then JFK got killed in like 66, right?
I was born in 66. I think he got killed in 65, I think.
Okay, it might have been 65, yeah.
It was just before I was born. I was born in 1966. And he was killed just before I was born.
And I was born.
Maybe it was 64. It was 64 or 65.
And I was born the year Martin Luther King got killed.
What? That was
in
60,
the town he got killed in. I was born in Memphis. My dad told me stories about what was going on, man. They had the military half tracks and everything in Memphis streets, and that never made.
John Boy, let me tell you what I did the other day. I got this black buddy, you know, Willie. First, I asked him, who freed the slaves? He said, Abraham Lincoln. I said, what party affiliation was it? He said, Republican. I said, okay, you're good on that one. The next question I got to ask you is, what party affiliation was Martin Luther King? He said, Democrat. I said, you're wrong. Martin Luther King was a Republican. Point blank. I said, you need to go do your research, baby. You need to go do your research.
I just learned something new right then.
What?
I just know he was a Republican. I didn't even know if he
Yeah.
was a Democrat or a Republican.
Go do your research, John boy. Martin Luther King Jr. was a Republican. Go do your research. Type it in right now and tell me what it says. Tell me what it says.
I'll believe you on that one.
No, type it in. I want you to type it in and tell the people in here in the chat. How many people's in the chat anyway?
I'm seeing like 6.
That's good. That's a good number. We lost 6. Type it in.
Hang on 1 second.
Martin Luther King was a Republican.
Hang on, I'm gonna have to open up another window or something here.
Hey, John boy, it's Monday. It is Monday. It is Monday.
It's a
Everything goes
Monday.
wrong on Monday. Everything.
Man, I can't even get that. Okay.
Martin Luther King was a Republican, I'm telling you.
I'm trying to get in here now.
Ain't gonna let you do it, huh?
It says, well, hang on. You know how our information is. It ain't no telling what. All right, it says, what political party was Martin Luther King affiliated with? And I'm going to look here. It says, King led the 1955 Montgomery bus boycott and later became the first president of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. That I saw some said he was with neither party. So there's
So
no
you're telling me I'm wrong.
They put all this information up in front to hide the stuff in the back. Huh.
Hey, John boy, all you gotta do is Google it. Just Google it.
That's what I did. I've come up with, it's got all bunch of different answers.
I'm telling you, he was a Republican. I'm telling you.
All right, it says, man, it's not, I can't find anything on here.
Well, something's wrong with that. Something's wrong with that.
Well, it's saying he was neither. Some of them saying he was, and some of it saying, oh, okay, here we go. I'm sure you heard people claim that Martin Luther King Jr. was a Republican and that Democrats are actually the party of segregation.
What did I tell you, John boy? What did I tell you? See, these bunch of goddamn assholes, excuse my language, these bunch of assholes around these, they don't do their research.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's all good. That's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah. It's just crazy, man. Odie
I'm just
Odie
telling
in the
you,
house.
Martin Luther King was a Republican, I'm telling you.
Well, Martin Luther, well, the Republicans are more out for people's rights than the Democrats. The Democrats want to stomp on everybody's rights. That's a fact.
That damn show is a fact. Damn show is. Damn show is. Sorry about my French, but it damn show is.
And see, that's why the Democrats want to take away the Second Amendment, because The Second Amendment was our right to bear arms to protect ourselves from enemies, foreign and domestic. Well, the Democrats are our domestic enemies.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you something, John boy. You come try to take my goddamn arms, you got your hands full.
Oh yeah, me too.
You have got your friggin' hands full. I'm telling you. I got a 45 right here in my pants pocket right now. And I blow your brains out fast. I look at, but you know, I know when to pull and when not. I know when to pull and when not. It ain't like that I just see you walk up and I just pull a goddamn gun on you or something. I don't do it like that.
Right.
But I will tell you, you're not gonna walk up on me. I guarantee you that.
Well, if they want my gun, I'm gonna give it to them lead first.
Oh, you're gonna get lead first, exactly. You're gonna get the lead first, guarantee you. You ain't getting it without the lead coming to you first. I guarantee you that.
The only way they'll physically get that gun out of my hand's gonna be cold and dead. You know what I mean?
John boy, you're not taking it out of my hand. I'm gonna tell you that now. You're not taking my goddamn gun out of my hand. I swear to God. I swear to God. And yes, I don't swear to God, but I am that. You come to get my guns, you're sadly mistaken. You're sadly mistaken.
And they put that red flag program out just so they can come get your gun. All you gotta do is have a neighbor say, "Hey man, my neighbor's crazy and he's got guns," and they'll come and try to confiscate
John boy, that ain't gonna work neither. That ain't gonna work neither. Cause I'm gonna show you something when you get here. I'm gonna show you something when you pull up in my yard.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna show you something. And I'm gonna be dead when I leave.
Exactly.
If my gun leaves, I leave permanently. I leave permanently. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And I mean that. I turn that gun on my own damn forehead, John. I really will. Before you get my damn gun, I'm gonna be dead when you get it.
Shoot, I'm not, I don't know. I'm not gonna put it in my head, but I'm gonna be squeezing that trigger the other direction until they get me.
I'm telling you, John boy, I'm telling you, you come get my guns, I'm gonna put it to my own head before you get it. And I'm headstrong. I'm headstrong on that. I'm headstrong. You're not fucking with my goddamn guns without fucking with my head. And you know, John, I don't mess with nobody. I really don't. I don't mess with nobody. And I don't know why these assholes keep messing with people like me and you.
I don't either.
I don't understand that. I don't understand that. Because the first thing they're going to want to know, why didn't you help me? Why didn't you help me? Well, that's because your ass going against me. The assholes trying to take our gun rights is going to ask us, why didn't we take up for? That's because you're crazy damn, you know what, double ASS. You was against me. That's why I'm against you, asshole.
Well, it's like they want to jump on the what am I trying to say? What's popular train, you know what I mean? And then when the crap hits the fan, they're gonna be like, "How come nobody helped us?"
Exactly. That's what I just said. They're gonna want to know, why didn't me and you help them? That's because you goddamn bunch of assholes tried to take our gun rights from us.
Yeah.
And crazy. John boy, look at you. I've been so friggin' mad. Figure of speech. I'm gonna say figure of speech. I've been so damn mad around here. I can blow everybody's brains out, but I didn't do it. I chose not to do it because I'm a responsible gun owner. I'm a responsible gun owner. But anyway and anyhow, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Well, shoot, back last September, I had a neighbor. I don't know what was up his butt.
Oh, now you done stop talking, huh?
He had a 22 rifle. He was shooting up in my property, man. I had bullets going by me within 3 foot. But I'd already talked to the police, and they said there wasn't nothing they could do about it unless I physically
How many
saw
people
him
you
do
got in
it.
the chat now, John?
It's showing 9. But look, finally I saw that dude shooting my direction, right? I called up the law, got the law there, and I told them if they don't do something about that, that I'm going to defend myself, if you know what I mean. And they knew what I meant. I just had to get it on record, you know what I mean? We got Mama Bird in the house, Odie Odin. How y'all doing?
John
Nick?
boy done shut me down there. John boy done shut me down.
No, you're still here. Can you hear me? Ben. Can you hear me, Ben?
John boy.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay, I'll leave you alone.
Hey, look,
You hear
I'm
my
looking
neighbor's motorcycle running over here?
Can you hear me, Ben? Can you hear me, Ben? Hang on. I'm trying to write something. This is crazy. They're messing up our stream or something. They are messing up the stream. Can you hear me?
John boy, I got a neighbor just come up. I got to leave for a minute. I'll come back in a minute and get back up with you.
All right, Ben. All right, it's just me now, I guess. I don't know what happened there. I hear him fine over here. He couldn't hear me for some reason. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. He couldn't hear me for some reason. I don't know why. Man, the only way I can fix this. You know what? That's the hardest light switch I've ever had to get. There, that looks better. But it turns me black and white. Got my old buddy Trump right there. Oh, biohazard, y'all. Biohazard. Turn this light back on. I'm trying. Y'all know I'm just old hillbilly, and I can't get anything straight around here. I got a few people that stand behind me. But old Kickin with Ben, I don't know where. I don't know why he's having trouble hearing me. But man, don't let them put a target on your back. You know what I mean? Don't get that target on your back. Let me get back here to my chateau. There we go. Oh, y'all. Man, old Super Dave stopped in for a minute, y'all. He's fixing to check on this, something he heard about food shortages. Food shortages. I'll get it out in a second. Due to the fact that the stores are not going to be able to stock themselves. They don't want to cause a panic. I'm not trying to cause a panic, but if anybody, and I've been doing this for over 10 years. When I go to the grocery store, I'll pick up a can and I'll turn it around. I'll look at what's in it, ingredients wise. And then I'll sit there and look where it's made. And I was surprised. A lot of stuff's made in Indonesia. A lot of stuff is, canned goods now. I got some daggum asparagus one time, and it was from Indonesia. And I'm going to tell you what, that asparagus wasn't as big around as a number 2 pencil. It was crazy. And I was like, what? But you got to look at it, man. They're geoengineering climate change. They are the ones behind the climate change. And it's causing problems for crops around the world. And if it's not from drought, it's floods or it's hailstorms or you name it. But the crops worldwide have been being decimated for, I know, the last 2 years. And I don't know, man. It's just crazy. Better hurry up, Born Racer. Because I'm telling you, people are buying stuff out. I'm glad I was already stocked up. You know what I mean? I've got enough beans and rice and canned goods to, well, just for me alone, I know it'll stretch over 6 months. I know it will. And I've got a couple of shallow wells dug here and there, and I've got an old hand pump and the pipe. So when it comes time to, we lose the power grid, I'm pretty sure we'll lose the power grid. They'll blame it on workers not being able to get to the power companies or something. Oh, look who we got coming up. We got People's Last Stand in the house. What's going on, People's Last Stand? How you doing?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Could be worse. Could be worse. The sound coming in?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, this is the first time I use my phone to do this.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I hear her.
Yeah.
Oh.
Man,
So
look, I had a trespasser come up within 40 foot of the back of my place, my house, right?
Uh-huh.
And she started barking. That's the only reason I knew they were there. And I look, and there's a dude with his 2 kids. I'm like, hey, dude, you're on my property. He goes, I'm just walking. It's a nice day. You're just walking on my property. He goes, it's a nice day. I'm just walking. And then he turned around and started going back the way he came. I go, well, dude, you're trespassing. He goes,
Right.
I'm just walking. It's a nice day. I go, dude, did you not see my posted signs? He goes, yeah. I go, you can't read? He goes, yeah, I can read. And the whole time, once my dog focuses on something, there ain't no getting her back.
Right.
So she's steadily going toward them. The little girl's getting scared. I came within 3 foot of that dude. He would not turn around and look me in the face or anything.
People don't care, man. They don't care. They don't give a damn about you or anybody else. It's their own self-gratifications. Like I said before, we live in a world called me. Everything's for me.
I come to find out, I dealt with him a few years ago when he come through my property on a 4-wheeler.
Oh,
I caught that joker on the road, and I'm like, dude, what are you doing? I said, did you not see the posted signs? I said, you're out there tearing up, I already got erosion problems. You come through there on that 4-wheeler like that? He goes, we used to ride like this years ago before you ever come out here. I go, yeah, but it's my land now.
I swear.
But they like to act like they're grandfathered in to be able to use my land. I'm like, come on.
I know. People don't care. They don't give a damn about it. I saw that you had Ben on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was trying to get on.
I had Super Dave up here too.
Oh man, I missed everybody. I had to take my wife out to about 20 miles away from us just to get to her orientation for the drug test and all that stuff for the hospital. Yeah. The pain in the butt, man. Pain in the butt. But she's got to go back all the way out there again. And that's just 20 miles one way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that ain't bad. I mean, when I lived, well, not here, but when I used to live in Oakland, Tennessee, to go to Memphis, that was a 40-mile drive one way.
Jesus.
And we did it all the time like it wasn't nothing. Once you live out in the country, you have to drive distances to get to places.
Right. Well, that's what it is out here. They have a whole business parkway kind of thing that they got out there. Hey, Born Racer. Yeah, it's a long way out there. It took longer to drive out there. All they did was freaking take her photo ID picture of her and that.
Yeah.
We were in there for 10 minutes, 15 minutes at the most, and then we were out of there. I'm like, but we had to go to 2 different places. I had to take her to the hospital where she's going to be working. They had to take blood from her. Of course, mandatory. She had no choice. She had to take a flu shot, which was no fun at all. And then they're just checking for all that stuff. How much, this, what do they call that? To see if all her vaccinations are up to date and all that. Yeah. So
that's crazy.
Yeah. So it's crazy. And check this out. We're there at the hospital here at the Lutheran Hospital and they are. I'm sitting in there. Well, they got my wife in the back checking her out. Doing a piss test, all that other shit. And they're out there talking about the coronavirus, that they have no implementation at all at the hospital. These people are paranoid at the hospital, dude. I mean, really bad.
Really?
Yeah, and these are the people that are in charge where she went. They're like, yeah, we don't have we have nothing here. What are we gonna do? And they said, and the head lady that's there and everything, she goes, we haven't got no information about what we're supposed to do or anything. And they draw blood from everybody that comes in and that, because they have to check them out for drug testing, make sure that they have all their shots all up to par and that.
Yeah.
And so they're like, well, we got all these people coming in. What about the people that are coming in with the flus and stuff? We don't know if they've got the flu or what they've got.
That's my stepmom and stepsister are in the medical field. They work at 2 of the biggest hospitals in Memphis.
Yeah. I know. It's crazy, man. It's just nuts. We've got 8 cases here in Colorado. 8 cases. Yeah, but hey, dude, I'm feeling a lot better, than what I've been feeling in that. I'm still, really weak. The body's really tired. But I didn't get that heavy cough like everybody else got. I didn't get the heavy cough or anything like that. Just real tired, sinus, runny nose, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I took off for a few minutes yesterday and I wanted to go fishing. I'm like, I can't even do this. Forget it. I just went home. I said, I just can't deal with this. I get back in and my wife's like, are you okay? And I go, man, I guess I'm not over this. My body's still hurting me. I mean, really bad. So yeah, it feels like somebody beat me up with an ugly stick repeatedly.
So it didn't make you sick, diarrhea and throwing up or anything?
No, nothing like that. It's just, the stomach's upset,
Right.
But nothing else like that. It's just body aches, sinuses, the congestion and that. And mostly it's like I said, it's just body aches like you wouldn't believe. Other than that, I'm okay. And the wife is doing real good. As you can see, she's sitting over there drinking a cup of coffee.
Is that really coffee?
Okay. I was gonna say it's John Boy says, is that coffee or do you really got vodka in it?
No, it's just coffee.
No, she says, nope, it's just coffee.
Okay. No, I remember the old days, man, when you got the flu, it was like a stomach virus and everything in one. I mean, You were throwing up and you couldn't keep anything down.
Right.
And burn up. And I'm going to tell you, like Ben Time Traveler says, the best thing, and this is what I did the last time I had the flu, I wrapped up in a blanket. I didn't care how hot and sweaty I was getting. I stayed wrapped up in that blanket all night long. And I got the bed soaked, the blanket soaked. But guess what? I woke up that morning hungry. I'm talking about hungry. And guess what I ate? Sardines and mustard sauce. That showed me I was good with
it. That's not good. That's not good. The sardines and mustard, yuck.
Well, what better way to test if you're over it?
That's true. That's true.
That was in like 1982. That's the last time I ever had the flu. I've never had a flu shot.
Right. Well, check this out. I was going to go to the hospital in that because I was, when she started with it, I was going to take her to the hospital and stuff, and she refused to go. And I started feeling the way I was feeling. I figured, well, I'm just going to go in as well too. But then I'm like, no, if I do that, what they're doing in Colorado, if you've got the flu, they're quarantining you right away for 14 days in your home. So it's like,
regardless of what the flu, just to be on precaution.
yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
Polar message.
yeah, yeah. I can't see anybody in chat and that because I'm on my phone, so I can't see any of the chat or anything like that.
Polar's waving at you.
Actually, yeah, nope. Let me see. Wait, let me see. Hey, I can't see it. Okay, I just switched it over. Cool. I didn't know I could do this.
I
Hey,
tried doing
hey,
it on
Polar.
my tablet, and if I went to look at the chat, it would take me away from the stream where you can see everybody and put
Right.
you in a chat only deal.
Ah. Well, hey, Polar and Message. How you doing, buddy? Glad you made it. Yeah, I'm just trying to get back to where I could see you on the camera on that because all I've got is live chat and private.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. You try to look at the chat, you can't see the cameras anymore.
Right. I got it back though.
I was on a wake ups panel yesterday.
I know. I heard you.
Super Dave was up there, and then I got up there with Disabled Veteran Perspective. I don't know what happened with him, man. I used to watch him and stuff, and I hadn't seen anything. And he wound up there, and I got talking to him. And I went to his channel, and the bell was unrung.
Oh wow! So I never heard of him until yesterday when I saw him on the panel.
Oh yeah, I've known about him for a while now. And Kicking with Ben, I got his bell rung, and I do not get notifications whatsoever.
Yeah. Well, all the ones that you did yesterday and that I didn't get nothing, no notifications at all. The only one I got was the ones that you sent me to in Hangout. Them are the ones that I got.
Shadow banning.
But I didn't get anything on YouTube until later on. I'm like, okay. But yeah.
You know what they do to me?
Like,
who was it that I caught? I caught somebody live. I can't remember now. And I watched the live and it ended, right? Well, I went to my homepage and I was looking around, and next thing I know, a notification pops up and says, so-and-so is live.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, no, they just ended that live because I was just in there. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hey, Jarvis 346.
Well, that happens to me all the time.
Coming by.
That happens to me all the time in that. I go in there and I look and it says live and I click on it and it's already over with. And I'm like, well, what the heck? That doesn't make sense. Well, it does. The way YouTube runs things and that. The way they do it, they don't want anybody to see anything. They really don't give a damn about anybody.
Everybody saying YouTube is crooked, Google is crooked.
Yeah, exactly.
YouTube does not even follow their own guidelines, people. Believe me, I've dealt with it.
Yeah, not at all. They don't give a damn about us.
And there's nobody you can talk to about, they do something stupid and wrong and they're breaking their own guidelines, and there's nobody you can talk to about it whatsoever.
Of course, because they feel that they're entitled to this stuff. They have the rights to do this and not to push their rules and regulations on each and every one of us. Yet they have no recourse for us to go back and say, "Hey, man, you're messing with our lives. What are you doing?" They think their shit don't stink, dude, and that's the truth. They just don't give a damn about us, and all they want is they want you to, like you said before, they want you to come up with puppy dogs and unicorns. That's all they want on their freaking channels, and that's so they could put advertising on it. But I understand it a little bit as well too, though, John. If it was my business and I needed advertisers and that, and I have people saying things on the channel that I don't want them to be saying because it could cause me advertising issue problems, I understand what they're saying. But at the same time, this is a channel. The people are the ones that made YouTube. Yeah, YouTube may have come up with the idea with YouTube, with the channel YouTube, but the people are the ones that have made this possible for them to make money and for them to grow and continuously to grow. But without us, they can't do shit.
There's advertisers looking for channels like this.
Yeah, there is some. There is. But most of the people out there, they don't want to hear us tell the truth. They don't want to hear it, especially, excuse my French, but not the Democrats. And I swear, God, in my house, John Boy, Democrat has become a nasty word in my house. I mean, it is. Somebody says Democrat, I go, don't say that, man. That's a nasty word.
I heard Hillary was trying to get an apartment there, and you turned her away.
Oh man, yeah, yeah. I sick my dogs on her.
I wouldn't want them getting that bad taste in their mouth.
Oh, I know. I know. I know that lady, man. But it's crazy. Oh,
Hey.
John, did you hear that they closed down the freaking stock exchange this morning? Yeah, it's closed. They closed it down.
Why?
Because of the coronavirus. They shut it down. Yeah, I was just before I left this morning, which was, I'd say, about 7:30 this morning. We turned the TV on, and I was listening to the news, and they, right in the center of it, they just stopped it all and said, breaking news. They said the stock exchange is closed because of the coronavirus.
Well, you know,
and it was over 1,000 points down.
Well, check this out. I don't know. Ever since the time changed, the day before the time changed, I have been staying up late. It's like I don't know what's happened to my clock, my internal clock, but something's been making me. I stayed up past 2:00 like Thursday night. Right. Well, last night it was around midnight, I guess, and on CBS they have the Twilight Zone stuff comes on around midnight, or was it 11? I can't remember, but anyhow, no, it was like midnight. They come on with this thing on the screen and said, "This station is." How did they say it? Is about to go off air, so they could do some technical adjustments.
Really?
I've never seen that. They only went off air for like 3 seconds.
That's weird.
But it was weird. And look, they've been running this on the scroll at the bottom and then doing their own commercials that after March the 13th, if you don't have cable or satellite and using regular TV, you're going to have to rescan because they're changing their frequency.
I swear to God, it's getting crazier and crazier every day. There's just no understanding what's going on in this country anymore, John. I just don't understand this. And, and I understand a lot. We got a lot of people out there saying things like about the coronavirus is not real or, but it's just a flu and that. And I understand how people are feeling in that because it's hard to discern what's going on out there because there's so many lies that we have to hear on every day, So we don't even have the slightest idea of what's going on anymore. But this coronavirus coronavirus is getting crazy.
Well, look,
needs to be taken care of.
It is. You got the flu 1 and flu 2, right?
Right.
That is killing a lot of people every year. I'm talking about what, like 30 to 60,000. I can't remember. In this country, I know it's over 30,000, right?
Right.
What I believe they've done, because they know our stock market's about to crash, the economy's bubble's about to pop, right? Well, they put a new flu 3 out there, which they call coronavirus. And what it is, they got a genetic marker in there where they can track it.
Right.
And what better way to start fear by being able to see where the coronavirus started and watch it spread?
Right.
I mean, I don't know how bad it really is in China, but if you could watch the regular flu and see how it spreads, it's probably worse than what's going on. But they're using this, quarantining people, stopping shipments. They're trying to cause a big panic over. I mean, it's only killing the elderly. I mean, and that's what the regular flu does anyhow.
Right.
But now they have a starting point where they can go, watch this spread. And they're putting fear into everybody. And now they're fixing to sit there and make, all the stores out of stock. And everybody's going to be freaking out. What are we going to do? Well, FEMA's here to save you.
Right.
See what I'm saying? New world order is the only way to fix this problem. That's all this is. I'm not saying the coronavirus is a hoax. I'm saying the coronavirus is a tool they are using to push the new world order.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. Yeah, they are pushing that. And it's going to continue this way until they get what they want.
Hey, Ben, I'm throwing that link out there if you want to come up.
But yeah, it's just nuts out here. Here in Colorado, man, we got 8 people and nobody's tearing up the shelving. There was a few things that were kind of low, but nothing real significant that I seen.
Well,
So-
Super Dave's going to have some information this afternoon about,
Okay.
he's talking about, and he's not trying to stir a panic,
Mm-hmm.
but the stores are not going to be able to restock their shelves. And he's about to sit there and verify that at where he works at.
Mm-hmm.
And we got Ben Time Traveler about to enter the panel. Hello,
Cool.
Ben.
Check, check, check.
Hey, Ben.
Good.
Okay.
Check good.
Yeah, let's touch on a point here. With this coronavirus in the stock markets, there's a fact that there's a group of people that got a whole lot of money, okay, and they don't like Trump, okay. They don't want Trump to be reelected, so they want to bring all this chaos and collapse economy to blame it on Trump for they hope that he don't get elected. But we have to take this coronavirus serious, man. This is, I've been trying to preach this for a couple weeks. This last stand, John Boy.
Right.
It's a simple thing. Wash your hands, man. Wipe shit down, man. Wipe down the gas pumps when you go there with the Lysol wipe. Wipe down the grocery carts, the railings, the elevator buttons, ATM machine. Protect yourself and your family. Now, older people that's got health problems, or anybody's got breathing problems or a weak immune system, we got to watch out for these people, because they're the ones that are going to die. They just reported that people ain't showing no symptoms, no signs, and they're dying a couple hours later, man. They're dropping dead.
Yeah, I did hear that, Ben, this morning. As a matter of fact, I heard that one person got it, and let me digress. This gentleman landed up with it, and he didn't even know, or nobody even knew he had it until he started showing signs, and a few hours later he was dead.
And
how old was he?
I don't know. I didn't get to hear too much about it this morning. I was in a rush to get my wife out for these interviews and stuff and things that she had to do this morning. So I really didn't get to didn't get to research it all too much.
And you two listened to me last night. What did I say about the oil? Keep an eye on the oil, because that's what greases the wheels that keep everything turning and shit. I mentioned the shipping docks and shit throughout the United States being empty, nothing coming in and shit. But I said last night, watch the oil, and when you see the oil drop, the stock market's going to drop.
Right.
It's a good time right now for us to go fill up our automobiles.
Right.
But within a couple weeks, it's just going to go sky north, man. It's just going to, you ain't going to be able to afford gasoline, man.
Right. Yeah. I put gas in my vehicle today, and it cost me $2.15. No, excuse me, $2.05 for gasoline this morning. Yesterday, the oil was at $32 a barrel, and it's dropping already today.
$32 a barrel. It should be like 89 cents a gallon at the pump.
Yeah.
It'll drop, dude. You'll be able to drive down the highway and see a gas price. You'll get a couple miles down the road, another gas station, and it'll drop even more, man, as you're traveling. But that's going to turn completely around, and it's going to go real high.
So let me ask you guys a question in regards to that oil, Ben and John Boy. Why did OPEC drop the price on it, and why are they flooding the market with it? What's going on? Do you guys know?
They're having Saudi Arabia right now having a conflict with Russia, okay, with oil. This could turn into a war too now. This could turn into a war. I mean, when countries start stressing over having no food, no water, people start panicking, the government can't control the people and shit, man. It's going to be major effect. But yeah, with the oil, it's got to do with Russia and Saudi Arabia, man. They're having a conflict. I'm like you just said, I'm researching and digging more into it, man. But it could end up being pretty nasty, man.
Well, we're gonna see them prices go up. You watch. You're right.
You're not being able to stock the shelves in the grocery store. It's messing up everybody's income. And then you go ahead and crash the oil prices to where the oil companies aren't even making money off the gasoline anymore,
And John Boy and People's Last Stand, we were exporting oil. We became the #1 exporter of oil in the world. Okay.
Right.
So what happened to our reserves got weak because we weren't expecting this. See? So
Yeah.
we have to put a halt on exporting oil ourselves and be selfish and just like Trump says, we got to depend on ourselves, man.
Yeah, that's it.
You know how much products made in China that ain't coming here, dude?
Oh, too many.
Everything.
They showed that map of the pollution in China, and then after the outbreak of shit, they showed the map of there's no pollution because
There's
all the
none.
factories are shut down, man.
Well,
Right.
Bill, do you remember this? Like a week before the coronavirus hit the headlines, they were having problems in the hospitals because their surgical kits that they get from China were contaminated.
Ooh.
Yeah. We get a lot of
And then
get
they're
a lot
worried
of
about that. And then the next thing you know, the coronavirus come around.
Yeah, we get a lot of contaminated shit from China, man. Toothpaste was having same some of the same ingredients as antifreeze, man. Toothpaste.
Right.
Ibuprofen, I think it's 70% of the ingredient in ibuprofen comes from China. 70%.
Exactly.
That's just ibuprofen, man. You know, this is. I just wish people, man, would not go be fear, not be panicking. Just be prepared, man. Be prepared that we may have to self quarantine ourselves and not have any communicate, no contact with the outside world for a while, man.
Right.
If you want, because I don't know about you, man, but I want to live a little bit longer, man. I want to see the Lord coming in the heavens, man. But I believe that we're at that point in time, that we're at the end of times, man. I honestly do believe, man.
Oh, yeah.
Well, look what happened. Look what happened with China and what's going on now with them. They don't only have the coronavirus issue going on, but they got locusts as well too. So we're talking plagues in China. So come on, people are not seeing it.
And don't forget, you know, uh, last yesterday there was, well, it was actually today, but let's say last night there was an earthquake off the coast of California, right? I did a little video on it. I pointed out that it's in an unusual place, but there's been over 10 earthquakes off the coast of California. That's unusual pattern. Well, I seen that pattern. I seen it with the activity over in Russia with the earthquakes. I mean, big earthquakes were happening in a couple months, man. And I kept on warning people that it's coming here on the coast of California. It's going to happen, man. And look, if you have a major earthquake in California, man, where are they? The hospitals are overflow now. What are they going to do?
Right.
Well, did you hear that on that mass unit in Nevada?
Say that again.
I heard somebody saying, and one saying it was, they're just putting out what they heard. They wasn't pushing it. But they said that there's mass units, mobile army surgical units, being put outside of some major cities in Nevada. I believe it was Nevada.
Well, let me ask both of you a question, okay? Let's say, well, I know that you probably both you can handle yourself, man, and can ride this out. But let's say that you couldn't and you didn't have enough food or water, or maybe you got sick and hospitals overflow. Would you seek help at like a corona/quarantine hospital set up by the government? Would you try to seek help?
Nope.
No.
So you two wouldn't, because I know you guys are prepared. You guys can handle yourself, man.
Right.
But what if if you were in your 80s and
I know that's the hard part about it. Trying to just figure out what we're going to do in case that happens. I've got people in my building now that are pretty sick in that. But the thing is we're staying away from everybody as much as possible over here. And we're prepared over here. We've got plenty of food. We've got medical supplies. We've got water.
do you use a common entry?
No, everybody has their own entry into their own place.
That's cool.
Yeah, their doors are outside. Everybody's doors lead to outside.
Because I was researching. It said that it lasts on the surface for 9 hours, and then and then it says 9 days. And I was like, man, that's on, maybe they made a mistake, and I still been researching it. I'm not getting an honest number. I thought, 9 hours sounds logical. 9 days sounds pretty freaking scary, man.
Well, that's what I'm hearing too, Ben. 9 days.
Jeez.
Are we getting some kind of like feedback going here?
I'm good.
A little bit.
Yeah, I could hear it with John Boy's voice and my voice, but not yours, Ben.
Well, that's unusual because I was having all kinds of trouble getting on earlier, man.
Yeah, it just sounds like we're kind of like in an echo, kind of like.
You sound good to me.
What it is probably, Ben, it's probably your speaker volume's up a little bit and it's feeding back in your mic when we talk. Just a little.
Oh, that's
okay when you got
hang on.
But it starts showing up when you got 3.
How's that, man?
So, let me test.
Not bad.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's good now.
I gotta get me some headphones and a mouthpiece, man. But I don't want anything.
My volume turned down. I'm on speakers too. I just got to turn my volume way down so it doesn't get back up to that mic.
Right. So you get that feedback. Yeah, but guys, it's just. I understand how people are feeling. I understand that, but we've been lied to so much that none of us out here on YouTube land can figure this one out because we've been lied to. See, and that's the thing is that everybody's going different directions on. Could this be coronavirus? Is this a bio weapon? We've got so much information going on out there, and we're all trying to understand and figure out what's happening to us. But we're not getting nothing. We're not getting anything even from our own government.
Well, state. Why that is because it started in a communist country. That's already total information not getting out. But you want to look at the truth. Look at Italy. Look at the deaths.
Oh man, they're
look
bad.
At the quarantine, and that's telling you the truth of what's going to come here to the United States of America. That's telling you, man.
Right.
Because they're not hiding it. They probably pencil whipping or maybe they ain't getting the total number of deaths and sick people because a lot of people they ain't gonna find dead for a while, and a lot of people ain't gonna go seek help, man. You know. But yeah, I don't believe anything that's being said out there, but that's why I look at like Italy. There's somebody. I look at Iran. They're not hiding the truth either, and it seems it's having an effect on. It seems like certain individuals throughout the world. Different species of human beings, whatever you want to call it, different races. It seems to be having an effect. And children under 8 years old, it don't seem to be having an effect on them at all.
Right, and it's attacking older men. Them are the ones that are getting hit the hardest as older guys. So it's the younger generation. The young kids are okay, and the women, it's not too bad, but it's hitting men, and it's hitting them hard. And that's the thing. That's weird because I've never seen a setup like that with any kind of virus where it specifically hits certain people only.
That's because it was That's because it's a bioweapon. It was created. It was spliced together with the HIV and Ebola and stuff. There's no question about that. That's why I know it was created.
We can thank ancestry.com for that.
Then it mutated in what they say 2 strands. I'm not really believing that. What I think is happening when they were creating it in the lab, they were splicing the HIV and Ebola to the coronavirus itself. At that point in time, maybe by accident, maybe on purpose, both them viruses got loose at the same time. That's why we have L, and that's why we have H. L's a lower virus, a coronavirus that make you sick. The other one is killing people. See, that's the one I think they spiced on all the bullshit too, man.
All I know is it's getting crazy. We're seeing every country almost being hit right now, almost every country, and that's why I keep going back and I keep saying, well, if it's not a coronavirus, if it's not the coronavirus, why would all these countries be doing what they're doing if this was not a coronavirus? For what purpose would they be doing it? Is it all hidden from us just so they have another agenda that they're going to be doing, or is it a true fact the coronavirus is in every country. You see what I'm saying? Why would other countries make up a story like this? Why would the United States make up a story like this, saying that it's not a real thing that's happening in the United States and across the world?
They're panicking, ain't they, John Boy? And
Yeah.
and it's not us that's panicking, because, like you said, we've been lied to so much, and we don't, you don't know to look left, you don't know to look right. But when reality finally arrives, the truth, we've been prepared for this. We know we could see it, man.
Right.
Whether, we know that they're collapsing the economy on purpose, man. We
Right.
know they don't like Trump, trying to get Trump out of office, all that, it
Yeah.
never let a good crisis go to waste,
Mm-hmm.
and they're going to blame this on Trump. They already are blaming it
Well,
on
yeah.
Trump.
Oh, yeah. They started blaming Trump when he first came in, coming down the elevator.
Yeah.
From that day, they attacked him from that day, and they're going to continue doing it. It's just like Schumer and them. Well, why didn't he ask for more money? Why didn't he ask for the $8 million that we suggested in that? Well, it's like, well, $2 million's good to start with, but we leave the door open, so if we need to get more, we get more. But why pull in $8 billion right now?
If he had asked for 8, they would have said, he is crazy. Look at how much he's asking for.
Right. Exactly.
So he lowballed it so they'd make him look bad. And hey, it's easy to go up. But if you ask for 8 in the beginning, it's hard to go down, because then it shows you're not being responsible. You know what I'm saying?
And you know what? These people don't even want to do it. They're sitting there telling senators and congressmen, for their staff, their people that do all the work for them, to stay home and do the work. Now they're going to shut down. They're going to shut down Washington D.C. altogether, man. They're debating on it. Yeah, they're debating on it, man. Shutting down Washington to protect themselves. For their asses can go back behind their gated communities, their walls, and be protected from the virus and the outside world. While the rest of us outside the palace's walls got to deal with this shit.
Exactly.
Well, look, this is going to mess up the Democrats on their illegal immigrants getting driver's license, because that's going to have to shut down. Watch.
Well, they won't be able to vote. Won't be able to vote socialist.
Right.
Yeah. All I know is we living in a time right now where we do know, and this is just my opinion, that we do know that Christ is coming. We see the signs, guys. We see the signs in the skies. We see the signs on the earth. We see how we have become Sodom and Gomorrah in the United States, and that it is disgusting and sick.
The openness of the gay and transgenders, transgenders having story times with children at the library and tweaking and all that shit. The attack on Christians. You talk about signs that our God has warned us that we're going to see, which we are seeing. I think one of the signs we're going to see in the heavens is going to be Beetlejuice going supernova. And I've been trying to put that out there for a while, because that's a possibility that could happen in our lifetime here, man.
Well, I've been watching Beetlejuice since they came out with that story, because it's right next to the Three Sisters, Orion's belt.
And
I've been watching it and just looking at Beetlejuice just with my eyes, because I've been thinking the same thing, Ben. I have.
Where do all of our ancestors in the past history, where they always point to, man? The pyramids in Egypt, where are they pointing to? Where are they? What are they representing? Orion.
Orion's belt.
And where do all of our ancestors say that we come from? We come from that area.
Yeah, what are they calling it? Palladians?
Here's a theory. Here's a theory. Someday our son's going to die too, right? Well, maybe with Beetlejuice, there's a group of a species of aliens that were living close to Beetlejuice, and their son was dying, and they're moving. But they explored first. They sent, like, let's say, probes or something, and they came here to Earth, and they say, wow, that's where we can go to live. They could be on their way here right now. They could have left thousands of years ago. We don't know this, man. It'd take a long time for them to get here. This is a possibility. I don't know. It's awfully strange. Our ancestors, and we're always drawn towards that area,
And it is a strange world that we're living in. I'm telling you, Strange times.
As a kid, I was always fascinated with the Orion's belt up there for some reason.
It
stars lined up like they are.
It just draws you towards it, you know. And then when you throw Beetlejuice into the mix, and then you throw our ancient ancestors always talking about that's where we came from, you know. Oh, the Hopi talk about it, Egyptians. I mean, it goes on and on and on. South America, Central America, to Chinese. It just they all talk about it some form of way. There's different locations in the heavens that some other ancient people talk about, but mostly it's Orion, man.
Well, yeah, even the Hopi Indians talk about it.
The star people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, guys. It's weird. But hey, John, I'm gonna have to get off here. I got some things I gotta take care of.
All right.
Plus, I'm really burnt out. I need to still get some rest in that. But I'm doing good.
Well, thanks for coming up.
Well, thanks for.
I'm glad you're doing better.
Yeah, I am doing better. It's like I said right now, just the body just really hurts and that, and I can't take any like IB or anything because it just messes my stomach up. So I can't even do that. So my wife is pushing me to take a bath and get in some, what do they call that, Epsom salt.
Yeah.
And
that worked.
Get in a tub of that stuff, and she says it helps. I guess she's done it, so I think I may do that. But again, thanks for allowing me to come on your show, John. And Ben, thanks for all your words that you're giving out there, man. Keep doing what you're doing.
Oh, you guys keep doing what you guys are doing, man. That's the beautiful thing about all this, coming out here and spreading the truth as we know it, you know.
Right.
We may be wrong, but you know what? I ain't been off point, man. You know, I'm scared for so many of the elderly people, and I'm just praying, man.
Right. Well, one thing I did want to say real quick. Those guys in the old folks home the percentage of the people that are dying in there was 20 some percent that died. So if it's saying that percentage is hitting, you know, the numbers are a lot higher across the world right now. It's a lot higher.
Question.
Yeah, a lot higher.
See, that was that's what I was saying earlier. The reason that percentage was so high is because there's a set number of people in that place, right?
Well, they're
got that number that high.
They got weak immune
statewide and add the whole population of Washington State and then put the numbers up. It's not nothing like that.
Right. It's just crazy. All right, guys.
We don't know yet
to make stuff that looks bad look good.
See, we don't know yet, though, hey, John Boy. We don't know yet because they're just showing you a snapshot of the now. We got to look at the future, you know.
Right.
All right, last day, man. You go take a nice warm bath, man. Soak for a while and get better, brother.
Yeah, I will, and I'll be back probably tomorrow. I'm gonna do a show tomorrow, so I'll probably get on later on tomorrow and do a live. But I'm real good, and thanks, guys, for your prayers. I really appreciate it too. My family does. But you all take care of yourself and be safe. And everybody in chat, keep your head up, man. Keep it on a swivel. Watch your six because it's getting weird out there. Take care, guys, and have a good day. We'll see you.
See you later.
Peace.
Peace, brothers.
So you got any cases where you're at, man?
They say there's a case in Tennessee, but man, I haven't ran into anybody who's even got the common cold.
It must be that moonshine.
I don't know if it's the moonshine, but I had a weird dream last night. I had a dream somebody was trying to, it was weird. You know those digital thermometers? And you know how long they are? Well, they had like a digital thermometer that was like, man, I got my green screens messing me up. But it was about that long, and they were trying to put it in my mouth. I'm like, oh, what are you doing? And they're like, well, keep this one. And they were handing out little digital thermometers to everybody.
Well, I tell you what,
is that not weird?
Yeah, when I was in the hospital with that flu and shit, they had this long ass Q-tip, man. I mean, long one, John Boy. It ain't good. I was like, what the hell are they going to do with that? And he started sticking it up my nose, man. He kept on going. I grabbed his hand, man. I said, whoa, man. You got to stop, dude. You know? I'm telling you.
Get some brain
it's about 6 inches long, man. I was, where the hell are you going up my nose with that? Then you want to go do the other nose. I'm like, oh, you know, they got to get a swab test to see what virus I had, man. They
Yeah.
didn't test me for coronavirus. There's no way in hell, man. They didn't have no testing and nothing, man. You should have seen the hospital, John Boy. They come in and give you your food. All the nurses and doctors come in with a mask and all that good shit. They hand out your food, wouldn't have no mask, no gloves. The guy come in and clean the room and shit, wouldn't have no mask on and shit, man. They're not going to prevent anything from spreading, man. This guy's just going to go give me my food, catch what I got, and go give it to the next guy next to me, man.
Well, check this out, Ben. This just hit me when you're talking about that thing they're sticking up your nose. What if this is another slick way to collect DNA from everybody too?
That's true. Well, I think oh man, the health department, I don't know which one it is. I think it's in Washington State where they're gonna have automatically digitize your medical records for that they can be accessed anywhere in the world at any given time. Well, that's
Really?
pretty the way to get you to, you know, so-called mark of the beast, man. Eventually you're gonna have a card, man, with everything on that one card. That's the only way you're gonna be able to drive. That's the only way you're gonna be able to conduct business, buy and sell. It's gonna have your medical records on it. It's gonna have everything on it, man.
Check this out, Ben. When I got out of the Air Force, and I don't know if I should be saying this or not, but I happen to know somebody that was in the hospital at the base, right? You know, and then, you know, when you're getting out of the military, you got to go around and, you know, check out basically, and you got to go to all these different. Well, I had to go to the hospital. The girl gave me my complete medical records. The Air Force does not have my medical records whatsoever. And this is back before the day of the computer.
Crazy. Yeah.
But I've got my Air Force medical records. Nobody can look at them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Don't you find it strange that people that do their DNA testing, ancestor testing, and then that shit gets hacked into? Well, any government agency can get your DNA and plant that shit on a body or a gun or something, man. You know,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
you know that's and then now you know that's some states automatically take a swab of your DNA. It all depends on the crime.
I'll tell you another thing, and people are not realizing this, that colon test at home is another DNA collecting deal. They're just playing it off as they're testing you for colon cancer. I mean, yeah, they're killing two birds with one stone. Yeah, they might be testing out your colon cancer, but also they've just collected your DNA. And now Weight Watchers has got a thing to better make the program for you. They take a DNA sample. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I know. It's just complete control of the human species, man. That's the whole game plan, man. To have complete control. This coronavirus is just, you know, they're not going to let a crisis go to waste. They're going to use it, man. You know,
yeah.
see, this is a good chance for them to practice their martial law, their lockdown in major cities. This is a good opportunity to put, you know, try it out, see how it's going to work, and maybe they'll try it out and it's working pretty damn well, and they don't never lift it, man. And here we are to where we said it was going to be at, man. We don't know. We don't know. I guarantee you, though, John Boy, there's going to be a lot of states and a lot of cities with major lockdowns, man, in the United States. I guarantee you.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's how they're going to get the martial law. I'm telling you, man, they're going to try to make new world order out of this because they've made it a worldwide problem. And it is. It's a worldwide problem. But
and they might have another virus that they created that are going to let go right after this one, man, to finish off a little bit more, you know. And Georgia Guidestones, man, represents a group of individuals that love nothing more, man, to kill us all, man. You know, that's not conspiracy theory.
no.
Who knows? Maybe maybe the Chinese are the ones who built the damn thing, man. You know, laughing at us.
And you know,
they got 1 billion people over there, dude. They might already have an antivirus for this and shit, and already gave it to 500 million people. Now they got an army of 500 million people ready to kick ass, man. While the rest of the world getting sick and dying.
Well, like I said in the beginning, and you've said, that coronavirus was in a laboratory. There's no doubt about it. How it got out, we do not know, but we do know it was confined in a laboratory. Now it's not. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it
I'm
was
not
spiced.
saying it was purposely released. I've heard these stories where the spy accidentally, when he's bringing it back from the United States, spilt it or whatever. I'm like, what?
Yeah, it's that Dr. Oz or whatever was on saying. That's why I quit watching. He tried saying that it was somebody with an animal that had a coronavirus and somebody else, a human being, had, he said little babies, and and then he said it wasn't created in a lab. I turned them off right then and there. You're
Yeah.
lying, man. You're a
That's
liar, man.
that's
It
where
was
it originated. That gum laboratory.
And whether it got loose by accident or they did it on purpose, that don't matter none, man. It don't
Right.
matter none. It's already happened. Sick son of a beeps, huh, John Boy?
I got it on 18 plus. I had to kick with Ben on here. I had to get over there and put it on 18 plus.
I go 2-3 hours sometimes, man. I don't really, I'm cussing and swearing. I'm like, I'll just wait for it, man. But I don't care anymore, man. I figured that.
It'll slip out, especially if I get excited or something. And I got to realizing, I did that live stream where that thing streamed in the middle of the night that night. And I rewatched that. Man, after that thing streamed, I guess it freaked me out so bad. I was using the F word, the daggum S word. But it freaked me out. I don't know what that was.
So we got 2 viruses, coronaviruses going around. We got 2 strains of flu going around. Man, the economy's collapsing. This is crazy, John Boy. But we were expecting this, right? We were expecting this, man.
Not this. I wasn't expecting this. I thought, they'll do a bioweapon, but I was thinking more or less like the stuff that makes you foam at the mouth and you die instantly, not this slow death process.
This might mutate into something that may do that and bleed from the eye sockets and every hole in your body, man. We don't, it can still mutate, dude.
Well, if they got Ebola in there, it will do that. Isn't that what Ebola was doing, making everybody bleed from their orifices?
Now, we could say it can mutate to become weaker, but we could also say it can mutate to become even more deadlier. We don't know.
Who's to say it don't have nanobots in there that are going in once it's in your body? Those nanobots are changing your DNA structure and stuff.
I like that. I like to ask Dr. Oz, well, how the hell did the Ebola and HIV get attached to this coronavirus then?
Exactly.
If it wasn't created in a lab, then how the hell you gonna tell me that some guy was eating bat soup or got scratched by a bat or whatever? I'm not buying all that, man. It does happen,
Well, let me ask
you, the bird flu, it does jump to humans. There's, but this happened too fast too, dude. Out of nowhere.
Is that actually been confirmed that the HIV and Ebola and all that's attached to it, or is that a rumor?
That's true.
Okay.
That's true. It's. I don't know how to describe the HIV and Ebola being attached to it. I don't know how to describe it exactly. More of a way for it to be drawn to us, I guess. See, viruses don't want to kill you. They want to live inside you and use you. They don't want. If you die, they die. Right. Virus don't really want to kill you. But when they mutate and do all that crazy shit, then that's what happens, man. Ebola, SARS, all that shit, man. And you know what, John Boy? When it comes to geoengineering, don't that make you wonder too, man? Upper respiratory virus and shit, all of a sudden, people get all this upper respiratory virus all through the United States of America. And
Alzheimer's.
Now the coronavirus going around, and what's it attacking? People that have a hard time breathing and shit, man. You know, put 2 and 2 together, man. It's not far fetched, man. You've been preaching it.
I've had a kiln cough for that young months now that I can't get rid of.
You're not going to get rid of it for a while. You know,
No.
you probably ain't never going to get rid of it. That's why dementia's gone up off the hook, man, because of the heavy metals they spray in the air. Old timers, that's what causes old timers and dementias, heavy metals and shit. We're breathing that shit in. You know, Cheryl just said today, she says, oh, I was looking at the birds and the bird feeder, and I looked up in the sky. She says, not a cloud in the sky, but line after line after line. So I woke her to this, you know. I says, yeah. It's going to rain today. So they're spraying ahead of the storm, the rain. I'm not exactly sure why, but that's exactly what they're doing, you know. And but she's aware of it. She's seen it, you know.
Well, look, I watched this yesterday. Yesterday was 4 days of total blue sky, no clouds, and hardly any airplanes, right? And well, the ones you did see weren't even leaving a contrail. But yesterday, about 1 o'clock, I started noticing on the western horizon, I could see the clouds coming, right? And it was very slowly creeping my way. Well, I started seeing the planes, man. It's like they're spraying those lines out to the east, drawing that this way or something. It was just weird how, and there was multiple, I'm talking about 7 or 8 planes at a time, all the time.
How's the weather now? What's your weather like now?
White skies, wind is blowing. I heard thunder about a half hour ago. We're supposed to get 7 days of rain.
See, they sprayed before the freaking rain moved in, man.
Yeah.
See, it's very obvious. They did it here today too, and it's going to rain today, man. They sprayed just before the rain, man. Yeah.
Yeah. They're the rain, and people want to look. This is how I've been trying to tell. I don't know how to open up people's eyes, but geoengineering is climate change. You know,
they're doing it.
Warming to cover up what they're doing. They're like, we're in global warming, climate change. No, we are being geoengineered into a climate change, and they're using global warming for a reason why our weather is changing. I mean,
they're modifying the weather, and it's having an effect, of course, on our climate change. You're right, John Boy. And they're the ones that are causing this, man. You know, why are they doing it? Who freaking really knows the truth to that too, man? I think it's as serious to make us sick, you know. I don't know who that is.
I got a phone call earlier I didn't answer.
Why do you get these fake calls anyway? You don't know and shit, but I got an answering machine, man. If it ain't full, it'll ring.
I don't know who called me earlier, but after that survey from the supposed LSU research laboratory, and they wanted to know how many guns I had and where did I keep them, and you know what? I'm glad I did that survey live. I was doing live stream when that happened.
I seen that. I watched it. They done that to me, dude. Some years back, they came to my house and wanted to do a survey. They actually sent me a $2 bill, a real $2 bill in the mail, saying that they're going to come to my house and do a health survey. Well, this is when they started spraying in this area where I live. Okay, and I was like, put 2 and 2 together, and I did a video about it and shit, man. And I was like, now they just want to know when they're spraying what effect it's going to have on us and shit, right? And it was just a few years back, I don't know, last year, whenever it was, they came back and wanted to do a follow-up to see how people's health were, because they wanted to know the spraying, what effect it had on people. Are people, you know, did somebody in your family get old timers, dementia, blah, 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 upper respiratory virus, blah, 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 difficult breathing, asthma, you know? Yeah, I know exactly what they were doing, John Boy. Exactly. And now they call you on the phone and ask you all the stupid shit. You got guns and shit. What business is theirs? They got a gun.
They were wondering. Well, they were asking me if I was able to get my daily task completed. I mean, really? They never asked me
You
my
know what I
age.
would? Hey, John boy, you know what I say? Yeah, I get my daily tasks done, man. I can wipe my own ass.
Well, they asked me if I had trouble going upstairs, and I said only if they're coming down.
I only got trouble. I only got trouble going up when I drank my moonshine. Usually I
Then
just pass out. Usually I pass out at the bottom of the stairs.
I was talking about elevators or escalators. I told them when I'm up, it's hard to go down the stairs when they're going up. I don't know. I never could break that guy. I couldn't make that guy snicker, laugh, or nothing. He was serious.
Well, we're gonna have to watch out for the fucking coronavirus scams coming out and shit here. You know,
Oh yeah.
get your free coronavirus mask and gloves and blah and shit, and it's free. But give me your credit card, because we gotta pay for shipping and shit. Next thing you know, your fucking shit's drained. Elderly people fall for that shit with the quickness. Oh, it's free. Give them a credit card just for the $3.99 shipping. Turns into $3,000 and everything you got saved
You know
up.
what I tell them? Send it COD, but they don't have COD anymore.
I know, man. That's crazy, ain't it, man?
Yeah.
I wish they did cash on delivery, and I'll even Lysol my money before I hand it to you. I am Lysol my money, dude. I ain't bullshitting you, man.
Hey, if I go to the store and get change back, I clean my hand. I got some hand sanitizer in my door of my Jeep, and when I get home, I'll take that wallet and I open it up, and I got a can of Lysol, and I just saturate my wallet and I fold it back. I got a trifold, and I shut it back up, and I just let it sit there inside it.
I know.
Spray your change too, man. I mean, think of how many hands that goes through.
I know. The money's filthy, dude. I sit there when I go to the store. I got a little keychain with some sanitizer on it, just a little dinky one. And when I hand them my money and shit, while they're getting changed in the receipt, and I sit and land on that shit up like this shit and get the change and shit. Then because I got to grab the bags. The bagger just fucking handled all my shit. And I'm like, then I put it in the cart, and shit. And I got a Lysol wipe in my hand too and shit. Grab the cart again. I go, and when I get home, I'm not bullshitting you, dude. I set the shit, man, by the back door. Then I got Lysol wipes and Lysol spray. I spray fucking shit down, and then I grab it out of the bag. I wipe it down, and I put it, I store it away, dude. Because the guy just at the store just handled that shit. Oh, John boy, can I tell you a story that happened to me today? I don't know if I did yet, man.
Go ahead.
Okay. You know how I was at Kroger's and I like to film the people going to Kroger's and not wiping down the carts and shit?
Yeah.
Well, I went to Kroger's today and I sent Cheryl in there, man, because we got to stockpile up on some more water and some more supplies and shit, because we just are, man. And I was sitting there and I started filming people not wiping down the carts again. And I was probably a minute and a half into the video and I messed up. So I stopped, and I set the camera down and shit. And I just took a hit of my medicine and shit. And I set it down and I rolled a cigarette, because I was going to start again. All of a sudden, a cop pulled up in front of me. A cop pulled up behind me. Now, this just happened last week. I got pulled over at Kroger's. Right. Check this out. Cop come up and I says, "You're here because I'm filming, right?" He says, "Yeah." I said, I'm doing a documentary, man, on people not wiping down the grocery carts and the coronavirus outbreak, the flu. I explained to him what I was doing, He was all good with that. Actually, he was awake. Now, I didn't go into conversation. He started going into conversation with me. You know what he said, John boy? He says, "There's a group of people out there, believe it or not." This is him telling me this. He says, "There's a group of people out there, believe it or not, that got a whole lot of money that want to collapse the economy to get Trump out of office." He's telling me that the cops tell me this. And I'm like, dude, you're right on point, man. You're awake, But we had a beautiful conversation. He opened it up. The cop opened it up. Right. And I said, well, that leaves Biden. He goes, he did the cross sign and stuff, like, oh no, and stuff. But he said, okay, man. I said, well, look, I'll just quit filming because I am on private property. You can film in public, but I was on Kroger's private property. They're the ones that called. I said, I'll quit filming. I understand that. I'm done anyway, man. getting stopped twice. I wasn't even stopped. I was already parked, waiting. I said twice in 1 week. I said I'm done anyway, you know. But he was a good cop, man. He was awake. And before he left, I said, hey, you guys are on the front line, like the nurses and doctors, man. You guys need to really take caution to protect yourself. He says, I hear you. He gets in his car, man. He's driving off. He lifted up a medium-sized container of Germ-X and squirted it out his hand and looked at me like this. I reached down, I grabbed my big bottle of Germ-X, man, gave it a squirt, man, and wiped down my hands because he just touched my ID and shit. And I hold up my ID and I wiped it all down in front. He laughed and shit. And then he drove off and parked in front of Kroger's and went inside Kroger's and told me he was just shooting a documentary. He'll stop, blah, blah, blah. You know, Kroger should have a sign up on their doors, man. Please wipe down carts due to the coronavirus, not for, you know, for your protection and other people's protection. They should have, you know, I know they got wipes in there, but people ain't wiping them. They ain't using them, man. But if the store,
why don't they get the shopping cart guy to go ahead and do that and stand guard or put a sign up saying these carts are sanitized?
he's the one that went into the store and told on me, the guy that gets the carts. I walked right up to him and started. I says, hey, man, are you wiping down your hands due to the coronavirus? Or I didn't know. I said, are you wiping down your hands? He paused for a minute. He said, well, I got to because I handle food. I said, no, I'm talking about the coronavirus. And he looked at me. He said, oh, that's just mainstream news hyping that stuff up, man. And you know what? He never wiped down. I watched him for over 20 minutes, half an hour. He never wiped down one cart. He never washed his hands. He went in that store, and then he come out and he delivered the food to the pickup, you know, the carts.
Oh, good.
He never washed his hands. Never at all, dude. And that's what's
Well,
going on.
I said I hadn't met anybody sick. I met a lady, but she said it was hay fever or whatever, something like that. But she was hacking and a coughing. Look, and she was the cashier at the dollar store, right? And I'm like, man, I'm about I have tempted not even to come up this counter, but I'm gonna set this stuff down. I hate you gotta even touch my stuff. And she's, oh, man, I got home because the dollar store ain't but a couple miles away. I got home. I went straight in the house. I Lysoled myself down. I even sprayed that stuff in my face and inhaled the fumes just to make sure. I was huffing Lysol just to get it in my body. I went back out to my Jeep, opened up the door, and sat there and opened up the bags and just started spraying Lysol in all the bags and on the outside of the bags before I even thought about taking it in the house. And then when I got in the house, I still had that Lysol in my hand. I'd take one item out, I'm spraying it. I'd take another item out, I was like, man, that woman was hacking and coughing. And
Check this out. You know, I just got over the flu. Okay, my doctor tells me, he says, Ben, you got, because I'm a heavy smoker. I never lie about that, John Boy. I smoke a lot of weed and a lot of cigarettes, man. I always have. Okay, it's my fault. Okay, he says, with your lung disease, your smoking disease, he says, I'm telling you get the flu shot and pneumonia shot because you get the flu and it can kill you. And I'm like, I debated about it for a while, dude. Finally, I says, all right, I'll go ahead and get it. Well, I got the flu shot and pneumonia shot. 4 weeks later, I'm in the hospital with the freaking flu. See what I'm saying? So it didn't matter. It's like I shouldn't have got it, man. But you know what? Maybe maybe it made it. Well, it didn't make it any weaker, man, because it kicked my ass, John Boy. It really did.
if you wound up not you, yeah.
But it's like, damn if I do and damn if I don't, man. You know.
I wouldn't have never done it. See that's my deal. Like when I had that motorcycle wreck and it chipped the bone off my wrist right there, right?
Yeah.
That bone right there. Well, I had to go back, you know, for evaluations or whatever. They're like, well, we need to put 2 screws in there and hold that bone on. I'm like, why? They're like, well, it cause you problems later. And I'm looking at the x-ray and I'm looking at where the bone is chipped. I'm like, dude, that's on the other side of where my wrist works. You know, my wrist works like that, right? The bone is chipped I can't get the camera right. On the outside where nothing's moving. I'm like, why do I need those screws? Well, my stepmom, she's a registered nurse, and I looked over to her. I go, what do you think? She goes, well, whatever the doctor says. And I'm like, I'm thinking, okay, I'll do what they say. But it doesn't make any sense because that chipped off part of bone was nowhere near any of my movement of my other wrist bones. But what it was, they wanted to practice.
And
That's
the
all
money.
it was. And money, yeah. Practice and money.
My doctor that told me to get the flu shot and pneumonia shot, he retired, right? So I had to find another doctor. Well, I set up appointment shit. They tell me to be there 20 minutes early for my appointment to fill out the paperwork and shit. So I did, man. Well, an hour and 20 minutes goes by and I'm still sitting there and shit. There's a lady in the doctor's office coughing, sneezing all over the place, not covering up, not grabbing a magazine, just pick it up, set it down, grab another one. And then a lady sitting over to the left of me gets up and she leaves and the seat's all wet, dude. I pissed her pants. What the hell happened? Just boom, boom, boom. Finally, I go up there and tell them they all about it and shit. And they came out finally half an hour later and cleaned that mess up and shit, man. I just got up and said, look, man, I can't handle that. I can't wait no more, man. You told me to be here 20 minutes early. I was. It's an hour and 20 minutes later. And I'm still sitting here. I'm watching people coming in and going out. Got this lady over here sneezing, coughing. I know damn well she's got the flu, man. I know damn well I just got over this shit, man. And I just broke up out of there and shit, dude. As soon as I got out of that doctor's office, man, because I have Lysol wipes in my hand, my little hand one shit, man. I'm scrubbing down, man, my steering wheel and handle everything. I'm like, man, I couldn't handle it, dude. I couldn't handle it. Bad enough you make me wait an hour and 20 minutes. Tell me to be there early and I'm still waiting to see the doctor in an hour and 20 minutes. I don't need to see that doctor.
No.
Mm-mm.
That's just crazy.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. Come on, I don't know what the lady urinated or what the hell next to me and shit. That was gross enough. But that lady coughing and sneezing and just, I'm thinking, man, that shit's supposed to just linger there for 9 hours. And she's sitting by the door. I gotta go through that shit through the door. I'm like, damn, man. I'm like, get the hell out of here, man.
Well, look. I saw this, I don't know, it's probably been 10 years ago, but there's this pizza place everybody loves to go to because they have like buffet style, all the different kinds of pizzas and everything you want, right? They got these little spatulas, little pizza spatulas that you can pick the pieces up. I'm sitting down eating. I'm watching this little like 8-year-old kid sitting there wiping his nose and stuff, and people are coughing in their hands and stuff. And then they went back up to get a refill of their stuff, and they're grabbing those spatulas with the hand he just wiped his nose with and stuff. And that right there opened my eyes up so bad. I'm like, man, I'm never going to a buffet like that ever.
No, Costco's quit giving out the free samples and shit because of the coronavirus.
Really?
There are some stores that are taking heavy cautions and wiping shit down and trying to protect their customers. Kroger's ain't. No, Kroger's about 65% of Kroger shoppers are elderly people, man. That's a fact. At least in my town it is. The one North End store. The one at South End's just I got Kroger's at the South End, man. They have to have security guards and shit in that store, man. It's kind of the rough part of town, you know what I'm saying? The North End one, man, more senior citizens and more kickback and not so rowdy, I guess, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Well, that's the store I was in the live stream when I was in the chat. And I said they got wipes right there where the shopping carts and stuff are. And they've got wipe stations here and there throughout the store.
Have you found any information on what you're talking about earlier with these? I don't know what you're saying. Set up in the desert, whether they quarantine.
Oh no, I just heard that last night, and I haven't looked yet.
Well,
actually, I think it was Disabled Veterans Perspective that was saying that.
Think of this, John boy. All the homeless people just out in California. What the hell? Where are they going to house them sick people, man? They can't put them in the hospitals; they're overfull. They don't care. They just want them to die. That's how socialist Democrats fix the homeless problem, huh? Just let them die.
look at this. If we can't get food supplies and people aren't stocked up, it's going to be some malnutrition causing problems and all sorts of stuff.
And we're trying to warn people, just be prepared for that for yourself. Forget your neighbors. And I mean, somebody say, "Oh, look out for your neighbors." Forget your neighbor. Neighbor's not going to look out for you either, man. Unless you're really, really tight neighbors. I don't. My one neighbor's I'm good with. The other neighbor, I could give a shit less about them, man. I don't really got much respect for them. But yeah, I look out for yourself, man. Just try to do best you can. I know money's tight and shit's gonna be a lot tighter here pretty soon. We ain't
Yep.
even got to see that.
I was going to say, I act like I have. I don't usually do this, but about 2 weeks ago, I filled up my Jeep and I act like a half a tank is empty. That way, I at least have a half a tank at any given time.
Well, we'll be all right on the gas prices for a little bit, man, before it hits fucking north, But it's just so much because a lot of people ain't got a whole. We live paycheck for paycheck and shit, and that's what I'm trying to tell people. It's not going to have an effect on you right away, but once this does, we're the ones that are going to have to pay back the trillions and trillions of dollars that was lost through the stock markets and the trading and shit. It'll be us that pay the price. Let's say a gallon of milk's $2. Probably in 2 months, it'll probably be $5 a gallon. People got to take that in consideration, man.
Shoot, at one point, I seen milk over $3 a gallon a year ago. It
I get a
fluctuates
gallon.
like
I can get a gallon of milk for 99 cents, man.
Man, it's a little over $2 a gallon down here.
I get a gallon of milk for 99 cents here, man. Save a
It's
lot.
almost $3 a gallon, and a half a gallon is like $2.58. It's weird.
Well, I hate driving, because she'll want to, we could save on this amount here at this store, save on this at this store, save on this at that store. You're not saving when I'm wasting my gas, man, because I got to go from one end of town to the other end of town, to the middle of town, and back home to the other end of town. It's like, really not saving much that way, man. I pretty much want to do my shopping in one store, but I went out today, man. I just got a little bit more. I'm pretty much done with it, dude. I am, man. I just don't want to go out there and take the chance of these because I know the person before me, man, may not wipe down that gas pump, and he might have been picking the dingleberries out of his ass, I seen it, man. I filmed it, man. You see me? I filmed it, man. The guy rubbed his nose and shit and his beard and shit. I watched the guy puke at the community health center, man. Took my friend there. I watched the guy puke 3 times, John Boy, at the end of the building, wipe off his beard and mustache, walked up there and grabbed the door handle and walked in. And they got one of them where you just hit with your knees and the door opens up, one of them devices. He still didn't use it, man. And then he stood in between the 2 doors sneezing and coughing and shit, man. That's like...
Just doesn't make any sense.
No, I mean,
it's like people don't think ahead; they just react to now.
It's, like you just said, when you go to the store and shit, I don't even want to grab something anymore and shit without a Lysol wipe because the person behind me could have been looking at it. Nah, I don't want to put it back. And got the coronavirus, the flu, or whatever.
Well,
who knows?
I just hand basket, but I'll grab 2 of those wipes. I'll wipe down that hand basket handles, and then I'll take the other one and wrap around the handle, so I can hold it.
I don't care, man.
I had a debit card, so when I go to use it, I got to type in the numbers. I got that daggone wipe wrapped around my fingertip while I'm touching the buttons.
I know. I started thinking maybe I'll go to self checkout and shit. That's nah, because I gotta touch that and do that, wipe this down, do all that shit, man. I just rather have to deal with with the bagger and the cashier, and then get home and take care of it. Take care of it before I put it in the truck too. It's just the way it's gonna be, man. I mean, when they sat there and I read that report that people ain't showing no signs of the symptoms, and then they're dying hours later, that blew me away today, man. That did.
That's the first I heard of that.
It's on the Drudge Report. Anyway, if you ever want to research shit, go to Drudge Report and drop all the way down to the bottom of the page. And they got links of all different websites and news outlets, and from all around the world. Just
Where
start
was that
taking.
happening?
What's that?
The people just dropping dead.
Hang on, let me look it up real quick, man.
Because I know that was happening in China. They're just dropping dead on the sidewalks and stuff, and I'm wondering, is that America? Is somebody?
It might be. Hang on, I'll tell you here in a second, man. I should have opened up my other. Hang on. Boy, this news is moving so fast, man.
Well, look at all those birds that are mass amounts of birds everywhere around the world are dying off. Where was that? All those vultures were dead. That was over in the Middle East somewhere, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, we got the locusts, man, moving into China, man.
Yeah,
that's free, So their food supply is gonna be dwindled to shit, man.
Well, this is
no more rice.
Here's how
Man.
they said those locusts multiplied like that. They said the deserts hadn't had any rain in so long or whatever, and all of a sudden they got all this rain, and that's what made the locusts dead or whatever. All right. Were those things dehydrated and the rain reactivated them? I mean, if the desert's been dry for decades and all of a sudden you get rain and all of a sudden you get swarms of locusts, how does that happen? I just don't get it.
I'm not sure. Washington State, man. That's where people are showing no symptoms, and a couple hours later they're dying. Washington State.
Hey, let me throw this as a little off topic, but I was watching the Weather Girl on the news last night, right? And they're talking about the full moon we have. You know what they're calling that full moon? They're calling it oh dadgum, what do they call it? Bloodworm moon or something like that. They're saying because it's the last superworm moon. That's what it was, superworm moon.
Well,
and said the reasoning behind that. Oh, go ahead.
I told people when there's a full moon, there's usually a good sized earthquake and shit. Not always, but most of the time. So I think the full moon's full moon today, right? Or yeah,
it was last night.
When is it?
They said
was it last night? Well, we had that earthquake last night.
Well, they said why they call it the super worm moon was because it's the last full moon in wintertime before we go to spring. And it's got something to do with the ground thawing out and the worms coming up. I've never heard of a super worm moon in my life until last night.
Well, it makes sense that, that we'll start going into the springtime. Yeah, and the worms will start coming out. I mean,
but have you ever heard of a super worm moon in your life? I've never heard it called that. I've heard of a harvest moon and a
wolf moon, the snow moon. I guess it's the worm moon, but the pink moon, flower moon, strawberry moon. What is buck moon? The harvest moon. Yeah.
But I've never heard of a super worm moon until last night, and I was like, man, that is crazy.
Yeah, I sitting there. I was gonna make a video a couple days ago about the full moon and give an earthquake warning, but I never did. I got off on all this other crap. But it is what it is, man. We still got to keep an eye out for off the coast of California. They're talking about 10 quakes fell off Northern California, odd pattern forms. And then you had 5.8 off Northern California. Yeah.
That's
Hopefully
crazy.
we'll get by this full moon and it won't be no major earthquake anywhere, man. Yeah, you watch, John Boy. A lot of people, man, if they start quarantining shit up, man, a lot of people are gonna, not be able to go to work for 2 to 4 weeks and shit, man. That's gonna put a hurting on people. Live paycheck to paycheck to pay the gas bill, the water bill. You ain't be able to pay the house note, the car note, whatever, man. Because you ain't
Well,
been working.
I did a live, I don't know how, when this stuff first started hitting, right? And I was like, look, the president needs to tell the whole country, everybody stop doing what you're doing for 1 month. And nobody should have to pay a bill or anything for that whole month. That should be just, brushed aside. That way nobody's getting behind. And if anything, could assist a small amount, but these people are so greedy that they don't want to do anything like that. But if you had done that in the beginning and just had everybody stop, stay at home for 1 month, the stuff wouldn't spread.
True. That's it. I mean, shut down the school system, shut down, everything for a while, man. And just let the shit die out, man. Let it, have no host.
They're bringing people by the airplane loads from China. And I mean, why? Well, we can't leave our Americans over there. Well, you know what? That, but I can't see I mean, save one to
Look,
kill the millions.
look, they're unloading that ship over out there in Oakland, California, man. And they're gonna send some here, and they're gonna send some here, and the ones that they say that don't test positive for the coronavirus, which we don't know if it takes 2-4 weeks or whatever, but they're gonna let them go home and self quarantine. So here we
Yeah.
go again, man. But
Yeah.
we need to move it a little bit farther down south towards Oakland now, man. We got Washington State, Oregon, and Northern California. We need to go a little bit farther south now. They moved them to Texas.
Well, it was when they first started showing it, you notice how all the little cases that started popping up in America were on the perimeters.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't nothing in the center.
No, I told everybody how it was gonna. I said it's gonna move. We're gonna go down from Washington State, Oregon, California, over to Arizona, shoot up towards Texas, hug the coastline there. Louisiana, Alabama, Florida. Florida's already got a couple deaths, and it'll move up the East Coast, which it kind of. New York threw me for a curveball. I should have figured in New York because you know how many people coming and going from all around the world in New York. That's that. I knew that was going to wait till New York gets slammed, dude.
Oh,
Shutting
yeah.
down all the millions of people who live in New York. Wow.
We got Darla, the world's greatest moderator, in the chat. How you doing, Darla? But yeah, it's crazy, man. I'm just, I don't know. I'm not panicking at all,
I'm
but I'm
not
cautious.
panicking. I'm preparing, man.
Right.
I've been preparing for many years because I knew this event was going to take place sooner or later.
Well, check
I
this
just
out.
get I
Do
just
you
get
remember?
mad. I just get mad that people are taking this crisis and trying to promote fear to sell certain products. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like Alex Jones and his food and shit, man. Well, you're so freaking worried about it. Why were you just off in the Caribbean's vacationing with your wife and kids? If you were so worried about it. I mean,
I never really listened to Alex Jones ever.
he
I
he
really never did. I don't know why.
he he he's awoken a lot of people to the truth, but man, he's just so he's been wrong a lot lately, man. He's been wrong a lot lately, man. He's almost like he's steering us in a direction that's I don't know how to describe it, man. Like it's not good, man. You know?
You know, Darla, I already put out a video, I don't know, weeks ago about coronavirus in your mailbox. I'm serious because look, when I was doing those motorized bikes, everything was coming and actually was coming from Wuhan.
Dude, I, I was sitting there saying, when you go out and get your mail, dude, you need to sit there and wipe that shit down, man, or spray it with Lysol because you don't know if that mail carrier is gonna have it or the product you just got. If they're saying this shit could survive 9 days on shit, man, you could have think about it, dude.
Well, look at this, like this package right here. I have not opened it, and it didn't come from China or anything. But this little package right here, it's got plastic on the inside, right? And when you seal it, it's totally sealed. So whatever's inside it is still inside it. And if that stuff, I believe that stuff, if it's sealed in something, can last like, I mean, why do you can fruits and vegetables? You seal it from the outside elements to preserve it, right? Well, I'm thinking if you got that virus and it's inside of here and it's not getting any extra fresh air or nothing to degrade it, then when you open it up, there it is.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to fearmonger. I just try to think ahead. I'm trying to, stop some stuff before it happens. And yeah, like you said, carrier one's contaminated. They're delivering mail for 2 weeks to everybody in their delivery area. And think about it, they're at the post office, so they've contaminated everybody at the post office. It's just crazy.
Well, they're sitting there rioting in Italy prisons and stuff right now. I mean, I don't know. All these people going to these Bidens and Bernie Sanders rallies and Trump rallies, man. I'm not doing it. I don't get it, man.
I heard on that live stream I was on last night, somebody said that they were saying if they got it, they would go to every Trump rally there was to try to pass it along in the Trump rallies.
Yeah, I seen that, man. Actually, Trump shook hands with somebody that tested positive for the coronavirus, man. So did Pence and what's his name? What that senator just locked himself down?
Cruz?
There was a Cruz. And now Congress and the congressmen and senators are thinking about shutting down everything in Washington, D.C., shutting it all down. I mean,
I did that Apex meeting that every person from every nation in the world was there for the Apex stuff.
Yeah, world leaders around the world got this shit, man.
Pence was up there.
I'm not too sure the Pope ain't got it.
But Trump, when they got through touring Nashville and they showed him on the news, man, he looked he didn't even sound the same.
Now, I just said that in one of my videos. I says, Trump don't look right, man. He looks pale. He don't look orange at all, man. He looks pale, man. But you know what? That's a big burden on him, man, right now. The economy collapsing and coronavirus, man, it's bigger than any freaking Hurricane Bush had to handle, you know. Any president in past history, this is a serious shit, man. Being president, yeah, maybe I'd be a little.
He had a break since he got into office, man. The Democrats have been on him ever since he got in.
Yeah. And they're just going to take this as opportunity to destroy this man. And then we're going to get some Biden in there that's just a puppet, man. That can't talk for himself, can't make decisions for himself. He can't even talk at speeches right now, man.
That gun Biden, I got a video out on him about New World Order. When he was with Obama as vice president, he was speaking on we need to become one world order.
Oh, I know. He's right in line for that. He'd just be told what to do, and they'll just do it. He'll just do it because he'd be told, let's go to war with Iran. Okay. Not like Trump sits back and thinks, well, why the hell we want to do that? Let's just drone strike this son of a gun here, man, kill a terrorist and be done with that, man. They'll send a couple bombs and that'll be over with, It's
And
like,
Dara, that's what I've been saying, man. She goes, guys, it will get worse with the hot weather. I'm in Canada, snow country. But I've been saying that, man. They keep the jail systems cold to keep the germs down, right? And if they're storing these viruses in their laboratories, they're in cold chambers. You know what I mean? Doesn't hot weather make things thrive? I mean, look at mold and look at fungus. It doesn't really grow
well,
in the winter.
it's viruses. They're different viruses. That, like the flu and the common cold. They die out during the hot summer months, man, because the moisture and the droplets and all that shit, man. It's understandable. But we don't know about this coronavirus. We don't know about L or S. We don't know about either one of the two coronaviruses spreading. It may thrive in the summertime. And if I've just been reporting on this, researching on this. I've been searching the weather all around the world to see what the temperatures are, and it don't matter if it's 20 degrees or if it's 80 degrees. The virus is still spreading. But what I wanted to learn is it spreading more in one temperature than the other? Well, we're going through that climate change right now. We're going into spring right now, so our weather's changing. I can't get an accurate reading here in the United States, but I can in Italy and China. So, and what I'm seeing is it's not slowing down when it gets warmer. Just saying, man. That's just me researching and looking at the world temperatures and the locations of the outbreak, man. So, and people ain't understanding either, John Boy. There's two strains of this coronavirus. It mutated, supposedly mutated. That's debatable, man. We can debate on that. But there's an L and an S. So there's a weak one and then there's a strong one. Well, maybe the weak one will grow even stronger in the summer months, or maybe the other one will. We don't know, man. We don't know what the hell they did to it, man.
Well, like the regular flu, you had, all right, I'm going back years ago. You had a flu going around, right? Well, the next year they had two flus. Well, how is this coronavirus able to mutate in its same season?
Not just so quick. It mutated. It mutated pretty quick, and
I think it's the second release of a second virus.
That's what I was sitting there saying. This is what I believe, John Boy. When they took the coronavirus and they were going to spice the HIV and Ebola to that and create a new coronavirus, a more deadlier one. When they were doing that, I think at that point in time, it either accidentally got loose or both of them got loose. But when they were doing that, the one they were using, the original one, it got loose. And the one they created with the HIV and Ebola, it got loose. So there's your two strains. It never, maybe it never mutated. It's just that could have happened. But if it did mutate, it mutated pretty fast. Then that worries me. It can mutate another 2 times, so it can mutate be 4 coronaviruses out there, and then mutate into 8. We don't know, man. Or it could just mutate into another 2, and they be more deadlier, or they could be weaker. I'm just telling people, man, that this is not a test on John Boy. This is not a freaking test, man.
What I was going to say earlier, do you remember when Homeland Security came out like a year ago, maybe, and said all Americans need to have at least 6 months worth of food and water stored up? Everybody thought, well, the grid's going to go down. The grid's going to go down. What if they already knew this was about to happen?
Don't think they don't. Don't think this might not even be the disaster that they know that's coming. Let's just say, AKA Nibiru, Planet X. Okay, maybe that does really exist, and they know about it, and that's why they try to prepare somewhat for themselves, protect the government within inside the government. Got to have a running government, right, for the so-called people, but. Because if they cared about us at all about anything, man, because you know what, you listen to Alex Jones for a fine example. He sits there, the government's buying up all this ready-made food, blah 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 blah. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see the government can't even fucking order the testing for this coronavirus? You think they're supplying up food and water? Look at Flint, Michigan. You know, there's no way in hell the government's got stockpiles of food ready for the people. I don't give a shit, man.
Well, look,
Did you
back
see-
in
did you
20,
see-
I think 2012 or 13, somewhere in there, I used to like going to Army surplus store and getting the MRIs or MRE, I should say. Because, man, I could get them for $5 a piece, and I'd throw them in my truck, and they were a good lunch. In the, McDonald's or something. I didn't even have to leave the job site I was on. I'd open up one of them MREs and eat it there. Well, they stopped. Look, this is what the guy at the Army surplus store, and I'm talking about this is like 2012. I'm like, dude, how come you don't have any more of these MREs? And I'd go in there several times, and after about the fifth time, he goes, let me tell you. He goes, a month ago, he goes, these guys pulled in here in an Army truck in uniform, came in and confiscated every MRE he had. And he said, I can't get them anymore. He didn't know if those people were real military or what, but they were in a military vehicle in a uniform that looked military, and they confiscated every bit of MRE he had in that Army surplus store, and he's not allowed to get them anymore. That's years ago. That's 6 years ago.
I don't know, man. I just I see the military and government having stockpiles for themselves, especially the underground dumbs and shit, you know. But for the people, I don't see it, man. I didn't see it during the hurricane. That they weren't prepared and had the food. Remember the little mobile home type trailers and shit they were people living in, had mold and all that good shit and bleeding. Bush was nothing. They didn't food and shit, man. Look at the dome there and shit them people were at, man. They water.
FEMA trailers not used. That was a money-making scam, man. Somebody made a lot of money out of building all these FEMA trailers that they didn't even use. They had hundreds of them on a lot.
That's what I'm saying. It's I was reading a story this morning where I can't remember where, probably Washington State somewhere, where they using this building for a coronavirus quarantine, and the people in the neighborhood, they ain't buying that shit, man. They don't want it there, man. They're sitting there. They want to have a say about it, and shit. And they're up in arms about it, man. And you can't blame them people. Right in your backyard, man, in a suburb, you want to go put all these people that got the coronavirus. Oh, well, it's safe and protected. It's not a hospital. It's not a quarantine center. It's not even set up anywhere close to that, man. I don't know what the building was used for, but I know it wasn't used for no medical purposes at all. So,
look at that hotel that collapsed over there in China. They're using as a quarantine center.
that was crazy. That was crazy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Using it coronavirus fucking quarantine. And
how many people were in there to collapse the hotel? I mean, how is that possible? It sounds like it got taken down, not,
what better way to do away with the problem is just blow it up and fucking collapse it on top of it, man. All them people and shit. We don't have to deal with them no more.
Yeah.
But then when the rescue workers come up and they try to protect yourself, that's now you're really dangerous because all that shit blew up in the air, man, because it's airborne.
Yeah.
So dust and shit, it's got coronavirus particles in it, man. So then it just spread throughout the city even more. Then the ambulances and the fire trucks coming and going and spreading it even more. And man, we're in some shit, man. We are. I'm just praying that it's not as deadly as I think it may be.
Yeah. I'm just sitting back watching to see. I'm just observing. I'm trying to understand the patterns and what's going on with everything.
Well, you're gonna see when you see that little red dot in your neck of the woods, man. That little red dot's gonna turn into a big fucking red dot. You know, so there you go. We've seen it. China started off that little red dot. Now it's completely one big ass red dot. Same with Italy. At one little dot. Now look at Italy. One big giant red dot. Iran. Who's being quiet, man. And even though they're having a little spit with Saudi Arabia, is Russia, man. Being really quiet. They shut down all that border all the way from China all the way with Russia all the way, man. They did, man, but too late. Too late. I don't care, man.
What was the deal over there where they're sending millions of people are coming over by boat? Is that in Greece or something? Or
yeah, I do believe it is Greece where their police and whatnot are fighting back, trying to keep them out of the country, and farmers. Oh yeah, man. These people, man, that hate Westerners, United States and Great Britain and all that. If they know they got the coronavirus, they want to get to these countries, man, to spread that shit, man. They'll use it, man. That's what I'm worried about. You know what I'm worried about, John Boy? Is Mexico, man, getting a big ass outbreak, because it's going to happen, and they ain't got the hospitals and medical treatment there and shit. Now then people going to say, go to the United States. They got great hospitals, and the socialists promised us free health care. So we just got to get them, and our hospitals are already overflowing, man, and it's just on a daily thing, man. It's only less than 1 million hospital beds in the United States of America, and I think there's only I don't know how many respiratory systems there are, but there's not that many of them in the United States of America either. And they're going to need them, man, because that's what's going to attack is people's breathing and shit, man. So, yeah, just the strain on the hospitals are going to be terrible, man.
This is crazy. All right, Dollar, thanks for coming in.
They might have to, hey, John Boy, they might have to set up fucking in every FEMA region coronavirus quarantine / hospitals, man. They may have to, man, and just to take the pressure off, because a lot of people ain't going to be prepared, man. And a lot of people are going to be up there in age, and they ain't going to be able to have no food, no water, and medication. They get sick, and they're going to have to seek help, and they can't go to the hospital, but the hospitals overflow. So,
look, I worry about my dad because he's on oxygen.
Oh, man. Yeah, just keep him locked down, keep people away from him, man.
Well, look, this is the next problem. His wife, my stepmom, is a head nurse at one of the floors in her hospital in Memphis, Tennessee. Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
And then my stepsister is a head nurse on one of the floors at the second biggest, or it's the same brand. It's just you got a north one, a middle one, and a south one.
I watched the special last night. This doctor, he was having lunch with his wife outside, but they would walk 6 feet apart, and they would sit so many feet apart while they're eating lunch. So he didn't want to contaminate his wife in case he had the virus. He was protecting himself and his wife, man. And more or less when he was talking, when he said, more or less he says, when it comes to being a doctor or become or a husband and a father, he gonna become a husband and father before the doctor, But yeah, at least he was trying to protect his wife, man.
It's just crazy, man.
What's crazy, John Boy? It's people out here saying this shit's fake. That's what's crazy.
I think the misconception, I don't know. Wait, all right. I know you're saying they're saying it's fake and it's a hoax. But I think it's because they're not elaborating on what they're trying, or do they believe it's not even real? But what I've been saying is this virus has got a genetic marker that they can actually track. And they're tracking it and instilling fear into everybody because, the regular flu is killing over 30,000 people a year in this country, right? But they don't have a good starting point to track that, to put fear in. So they had to come up with another flu virus that they could, release and track it from that point on and show it's spreading, which it is. I'm not saying it's not, and I'm not saying it's not killing people. I'm just saying they are using this form of a flu to cause panic and chaos to try to corral and control everyone and get the whole world together as one world problem. So we need a one world order.
So yeah, and I get what you're saying with that. That's you're on point. It's complete control and don't let a good crisis go to waste. You're right, but I think it's just that though. I think it's a crisis that they're not going to let go to waste. But we still got the crisis. We
Right.
still got the coronavirus, and we don't understand it. Look, I've been researching this. There's scientists that say at the low number, we're talking in the future here, maybe
Right.
6 months down the road, 3 million people could die in the United States of America. There's scientists are saying 1 billion people could die around the world from this virus. And then, that's the low number from some scientists. There's even higher numbers than that. And I'm not looking at the snapshot of right now today how many people died. I'm trying to do the math into the future months down the road and try to do the numbers. It's very difficult because we don't know what it's going to do to begin with. It may die down in the summertime, and we may, but it's going to come back again next flu season, next season. You said that, that. So, but yeah, you're right. They're not going to let a good crisis go to waste. They're going to use this to in documenting it. Like I said, this could be a trial for the lockdown in major cities like martial law and see how well it works and how well the people obey, the sheep obey.
And cover the economic collapse that is inevitable anyhow. You know what I mean? Blame it on this instead of the reality of we don't have anything to back the fake money we're using.
Because it's going to take a while for the economy to bounce back now, dude. We're going to feel it. We're going to feel this, what happened today, man. Especially tomorrow, if it does the same thing and does the same thing the next day and shit. We're looking at total depression. We're looking at something like the Great Depression, man.
Well, one of people's last stand that said stock market closed or not even open today because of coronavirus. Did you hear that?
It opened and it collapsed, and they got a circuit breaker on there to shut it down for 15 minutes, and then they reopened it up, hoping that it would adjust itself. But it ain't adjusted itself. It's still down it's minus 2,013 points, dude. That's like incredible, man. That's dangerous, dude. That's real dangerous. And that's why oil's at an all-time low. That's why the gas stations, you're seeing the gas prices drop. But that's going to reverse itself, and it's going to go up, because there's no supply.
Yeah.
There's going to be more demand than there is going to be supply, man. That's going to catch up to us. Watch.
But if the stock starts going up, that's not going to help the people that lost everything in a 401k, is it?
No. See, it all depends where people, where the investment was at and shit. Yeah. And on top of that, all these big corporations that lost trillions and trillions of dollars, they're going to push that loss onto us, man. Everything's going to go up. The gallon of milk, your phone bill, your cell phone, your cable, all that, gas. They want their money back. See the ones, the rich, the super rich of the rich, they got their money out last week. They got their money out last week. What you're seeing is the ones that are trying to stay in, trying to make a buck, the littler guy and whatnot and shit. And yeah, dude, I went to the bank, John Boy. I wanted $2,000 cash out of my savings. Lucky I didn't want more. They told me there was a $1,500 limit on cash because they were low on cash. I shit you not.
I mean, how can they deny you your money?
That was last week. Limit? Yeah, that was last week. So maybe this week I may only be able to get $1,000. Maybe next week only 500. Or maybe the next week no money.
Well, why is that?
They tried telling me, says, well, you can take out the remaining balance out of the ATM. I says, you got 4 ATMs out there, and I'm watching cars pull up to each and every one of them. Ain't getting no money out. They're backing up, coming through the drive-through, or they're going into the bank. There's no money left in your ATMs either, man. And she said, well, hang on a minute. She came back 5 minutes later. She said, okay, I'll give you the whole amount. I was thinking, you're lucky I don't take it all out, man, now. You know? You're lucky.
Well, what's the reason? Why don't they have the money to cover what you want to take out?
They didn't. There's no cash. There's a run on cash. Everybody's taking out cash out of the banks, and there's no money. There's no money flowing through the economy, dude. There's no money flow, man. It's all stopped. You know, it's all stopped. People ain't seen it yet, man. Because
Everybody's bank accounts are electronic until you try to get the physical cash out, and there's none to get out. Basically.
well, you know, you'll be able to, maybe if you got credit cards and shit, you'll be able to conduct business through overline whatever and shit, or go to an ATM and hope that there's money in that ATM. But eventually there ain't gonna be no money in the ATMs, you know. And
Digital money.
how many people only got a limit on their credit cards of so much anyway, you know, and that's gonna be gone in a minute, man. You know. And if you lost your job for a couple weeks, nobody can go to work for 4 weeks. You can't. You know, it's gonna get bad, dude. That's why I went and got me a little cash on hand. You know, just enough to I can't eat gold and I can't eat silver, dude. You know what I'm saying? A can of pork and beans is gonna be worth more than an ounce of gold to me, man. And
Yeah.
that's exactly, I didn't cash on hand just in case. You know, I can pay my bills with cash in the mail, man. You know.
Oh, I guarantee you. It comes down to it. You're not even going to give somebody a can of pork and beans for an ounce of gold.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that you know what? That can you're right. That can of pork and beans be worth more than an ounce of gold to me, man. Yeah, I don't shit. I tell the guy I can't eat that gold, man. Yeah, and that's exactly what people are gonna try to give you, all this gold and silver and shit. Maybe it's a good investment, down the road, but I don't. You know what? For one, you ain't coming up to me with some gold and silver anyway, because I don't want to talk to you, man. Get the hell away from me, man. I don't give a shit right off Jump Street, man. How you know I got a can of pork and beans, bitch?
Well, we knew you were a prepper.
Yeah. Click, click, click. I
Yeah.
got plenty of guns and ammunition. Now what, man? Come get some. But it'll
Well,
get like that. It'll
I'll
get
go.
like that, John Boy. People will try to steal other people's shit.
That's the reason here in a little bit, I'm fixing to dig me a hole way back in the back of my property. And I'm going to bury a lot of canned goods and stuff back there. That way, yeah, come raid my house and try to loot it and whatever.
The
I'm going
government,
to have a food store hidden somewhere.
the government can write in the law that if you got extra food supply, they can confiscate it for the need of the military or whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So yeah, they know, and all these people that are online and shit on YouTube and preppers this and showing their stockpiles of this and showing their stockpile of that. Government knows right where to go to get some shit, man. You
Yeah.
know, so there's some bad guys if they're playing out the shit right, man. Okay, I know John Boy the prepper down there in Tennessee. He showed us all of his goods and everything, guns and everything. So we got about 50 of us to go down there and take his shit, or maybe the government's, been watching and say, yep, we'll go, because the government does that. They watch the preppers and all that shit, man.
Well,
They'll hit Alex Jones with the quickness, man. Take all his fucking ready meal supplies and shit, and all of his fucking vitamins and fucking toothpaste and shit, man.
well, what gets me, I'm not going to mention the big channel's name, but he had a Discord and he was trying to get everybody to come over to that Discord. It's like, yeah, y'all come here. We got people that are actually meeting in the backyard eating hot dogs and hamburgers together. I'm like, do people not realize that Discord, everybody was in there telling their plans, how they're going to do this and where they're headed and how much they had. That Discord centralized every bit of information to where they didn't have to go looking all over YouTube. Just go to one Discord.
Yeah,
I tried putting that out there a year ago or whatever, letting people know, do not go in discords. Do not disclose your plans. Do not disclose anything. Do not use a Discord.
see, you should be feeding the birds around your property in a circular thing and have a barrier, feed the birds and then feed them some more birds farther out in a circle and then farther out in a circle. And you know, because the birds will be all happy eating the bird seed and shit, tweeping at you and shit. And when somebody comes onto your property, they'll quit. They'll go silent. There's your
Yeah.
alarm system. Don't cost you a damn thing, man. You use Mother Nature, dude.
There's no
And
birds.
you could tell how close they're getting because you could have 4 sectors out in a circle of bird feeders out, and you could tell how close they're getting, man. Yeah.
There's no birds left here. The only thing we have left here is buzzards. I'm
probably
serious. I
probably
haven't
going
seen a mockingbird, robin, cardinal, blue jay, or anything in over 3 years.
probably going to see a lot more buzzards pretty soon, man.
Yeah.
It won't be roadkill.
Well, they keep circling over me, and I'm like, what do y'all know that I don't know? I'm serious.
Well, you know, when China was sitting there burning, you know, people had signs of the coronavirus. They were burning them people alive, dude. You know, we don't know the numbers, man, because what China, you know, they were burning people alive, man. Imagine what North Korea's doing. I heard, you know, stories that they're just shooting people, man, if they're sneezing and coughing. Ain't no questions being asked, man.
Well, shit, you know North Korea is doing. I mean, look what Kim Jong Un did to his own uncle. He executed his own uncle for what? Some stupid reason years ago, and he's executed a lot of folks, family members.
You don't trust them, man. Paranoid, man. That's how them people are, man. Paranoid, man.
Little Rock.
Thinking that the uncle's gonna take over and kill him and take over the country and shit.
I laughed so hard when Trump was actually speaking to everybody and called him Little Rocket Man. I'm like, I've never ever thought I'd hear a president sit there and call somebody a leader of another country out like that.
He sat there and he trolled Biden messed up and sitting there saying that he can't win election and that they gotta re-elect Trump, man. And Trump says, yeah, I agree with you, Biden. Biden slipped and said he gotta re-elect Trump, man. What kind of shit's that? That's funny though, ain't it?
Yeah. Biden's not all there, man. Biden's got like a touch of dementia or something.
2.6 Maine, man. How many times you heard of earthquakes in Maine?
Never.
2.6.
We've been having them here in Tennessee and in up Missouri and a little bit in Arkansas here in the last 8 months.
Yeah, it's still rocking and rolling off the coast of California right now, dude. Hang on, let me zoom in here a little bit. I want to look at this real quick, man. I need to cut you short, but
Oh, you're fine. But yeah, that New Magic Fault right here in West Tennessee and Arkansas, you know, run up the Mississippi River.
yeah.
Hey, MH is in the house.
I wonder if I can screen share, man.
Well, look, I'm getting sinkholes back in the very back of my property.
Are you?
Yeah. I watched thousands of gallons of water going down in the hole to nowhere. I don't know where it's going. There's 50-some acres of water that drains down through the back of my property. And it was right after it rained, and the water left over, the residue that was running down the hill was going right in this hole.
It didn't let me share, man. I wonder why that is.
Wait, oh, hang on. I see it. Hang on. I got to click on it.
Oh.
There we go. You want me to make it bigger?
Yeah, there you go. Here, I'll make it bigger too. I'll do that. Let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That's in Maine?
No, that's off California, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's like I said, that's in a bad spot right there, dude. That spot right there, that's
Yeah.
pretty dangerous, man. And that's a warning right there, dude. See what happened if when that goes, man? That'll flood out, man. That'll cause a tsunami all the way down the coast, man. Yeah, I just
Oh,
want.
look, 18 miles east of me, and I think it's Hardin County. I got a video on it. It's on the Tennessee River, and it's because we've had so much rain. They started having a landslide. It destroyed 2 houses and a highway.
Wow.
Yeah.
I
But
know,
this
like
fall where
Florida,
oh, go
I
ahead.
can understand. I can understand Florida and the ground and limestone and all that shit, man. But you know, it's where you're at, man. It's strange too, man.
Where I'm at, when I've dug these shallow wells, I've dug 23 feet deep, and it was nothing but sand from the top to the bottom.
See,
23 feet of sand.
Mexico City's built on an old lake bed, man. The Spanish whoever came in drained it and put, the building shit, man. So when they have an earthquake there in Mexico City, they're screwed, man. They're screwed big time, man.
Yeah, didn't you do that? I think I learned that from you, where it's something to do with the vulture landed on the cactus, or something about the lake.
Yeah,
They drained the lake to
yeah,
build the city because it was a
that's
sign.
what.
I'm like,
Yeah, that's
why
the
would
story of their flag. Yeah, exactly. And they have a water problem there, man. It's and making things worser because the water's dropping and shit. They literally ship water into people and shit, man. They rob they rob water trucks, man. It's serious shit. Water's really worth something there. We're just taking it for granted. But yeah, anyway, yeah, the water level's dropping even more. So that when the big earthquake happens, that's because the water's draining and it's making a more
right?
hollow underneath it and shit. So yeah, all that'll collapse in, man. Mexico City, there's no hope when they get hit, man. They
Well, I
know it.
wonder how long that lake had been there before they decided to build on it. I mean,
Well,
that's just the craziest thing I ever heard. Hey,
yeah, well,
Heather B.
that's the Spanish for you, man. Drain a freaking lake to make more property, What the hell? Look at New York, man. New York sits on some shitty land, man. Certain parts of New York, I don't know, man. They could have a 4 point something earthquake. It mess shit right up big time, man.
All the city's got to do is drop 2 foot and they're messed up.
That's why I was showing that earthquake there in Maine. I was like, wow, man. God said we'll see earthquakes where we normally don't see them, man. You know, I'm expecting it. I'm expecting a good sized earthquake any time now, man. I just am, John boy. With everything going the way it's going and what our gods told us was going to happen, and it's taking place, man. You
Well,
know.
aren't they saying a big mountain-sized asteroid's headed toward Earth right now or something?
Yeah, I mean, it's not the one they see; it's the one that's probably traveling with it. This one may be millions of miles away from us, but the one that's traveling with it may be millions of miles closer to us. See, and they
Yeah.
don't know about that one. That's what I tell people. It's not the one they see; it's the little friend that's traveling with it that they don't see.
Well,
That
look at
happened.
Russia. They had no idea that asteroid's going to explode in the atmosphere like that.
No, but we were monitoring another asteroid going by at the same time that was real close to approach. But that had a little friend with it. See, that's what I
Yeah.
said. That little friend had contact with us, man. Yeah, they were watching. I can't remember what asteroid it was. They were like, "Oh yeah, check it out." And all of a sudden, that other asteroid came out of the sun towards Russia, and boom! They didn't see it coming, man. I tell our people all the time, man. You see an asteroid, and they talk about an asteroid. Don't worry about that one. Worry the one about they can't see.
Yeah, it ain't just going to be one. There's going to be little fragments of all of it.
And that's going to happen eventually too, man. It's like a pinball machine out there, pinball bouncing off the bumpers and shit, man. It's just that's an asteroids out there, man. You know, any given time in the asteroid belt, the two could collide into each other and send one towards us. You know.
Hey, you
And
know
that's
what? I
what's
played
that?
a pinball machine about 2 weeks ago. There's one at a laundromat. It's old Elvira pinball machine.
I love pinball. I ain't played in quite a while. I love pinball, man.
Can't find them.
I know. I know. I wouldn't want to play one now with this coronavirus shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll probably wipe that. You know what? I love pinball. I'll probably wipe that bitch down, man. I'll wipe off the button handles and shit, man.
How many people, other than somebody my age, would go play a pinball machine anyhow?
People are probably saying, "What the hell is a pinball machine?
Yeah,
What the hell are they talking about?"
physically push paddle buttons and physically move a round metal ball around. What?
Centipedes.
It's crazy. You remember back in the day when you had arcade rooms where you had all the video games and all that? Was good old days, man.
Yeah, I used to cause cost you a quarter to play a game and shit. I go on because you know what was one of my favorite things was foosball, man.
Foosball.
Yeah,
Never played it.
I got good as hell as football. I liked all the games, man. I grew up in uh a pool room, man. You know, snooker and eight
Yeah.
ball, 9 ball, and all that good shit. Man. I grew up, you know, I was sitting on, dude. I was standing on pop crates playing pinball, man. Back in the day, dude. You know, he come in there and he opened it up, put a bunch of free games on there for us and shit, man. We sit there, but we got so good at it, shit. He didn't have to put no more free games on it. After a while, man, we kick his ass, you know. Then I learned.
Hey,
I
I
go out.
played on a snooker table one time in this town called Stuttgart, Arkansas. It's the rice and duck capital of the world. They had a snooker table, man. That table is big. You got
Yeah.
little balls than your barroom pool tables.
It's crazy. It's a
And
fun game. I
you got the little chits on the line. That's how you keep score. You get your pool stick and you move those little chits on that line that's hanging.
yeah,
I won on it. Never played before. I won on that. I never lost.
he was the guy that owned the place, man. He was like a bookie, you know. He was a bookie. You know, he used to run the numbers and shit. And he hand me an envelope and tell me to go over such and such and give it to him, or he tell me to go over such and such and get an envelope from him, you know. And I come
Yeah.
back, man, he reached in there and he grabbed out a couple of dollars, because back then a couple of dollars was sweet, you know. Hand me a couple of dollars and shit. Or he tell me to go because he had a restaurant that he had in the pool hall and shit. He tell me, "I'll go over there and make yourself a hamburger or whatever and some fries, you know," and shit. Yeah, dude, I went down to the horse track with him one time, dude. And I shit you not, man. That guy had over like $50,000 on him to go bet on horses, man.
That jump.
Yeah, there's days to come back, man. He didn't have $50,000, and there's days he came back that he had like $150,000. You know, yeah, it's just. You know, his name was Mike, man. He got old timers, man.
I wonder, in West Memphis, Arkansas, they had a dog track over there. I wonder if it's still going.
They shut down the horse tracks around here. They had Hazel Park. I used to like going. I like betting on horses, man. You know.
Well, they had a dog track. They
Yeah,
had greyhounds.
I never betted on the dogs. Even when I lived out in California, I never betted on dogs, man. It's the only thing I ain't never bet on, man. I betted about on everything else, man. You know.
That gum. M8 said pinball machines are almost $8,000 on Amazon.
They passed a law here in Michigan now. We can gamble at the casinos on sports. Pretty soon it'd be online, but right now it's just at the casinos so we can bet. I mean, you can bet on anything on sports now, heads or tails of a game, whatever, man. Shit, man. So I'm staying clear of that shit anyway, man. You know what? I learned my lesson about gambling, man. You don't never win as much as you put into that shit, man.
Yeah, I used to go down to Tunica, and they got me good, and I waited 8 months or so and went back down there. And when I walked in the door, I looked, and I'm like, man, I never realized how dingy this place was. I mean, I had a whole nother aspect. I mean, it just, I've not been to a casino in probably 10 years.
You know, you always notice how dark it is, and you notice there's not one clock, not one clock in the casino, because they don't want you to know how long you've been there spending your money, man. You look, there's not one clock in the casino, man, and that's
No,
by
look,
design.
I went in there one afternoon and I walked back out and the sun was still up. And I realized it was the next day.
Yeah,
I done stayed in there all night and didn't even realize it.
I done it. I done it a couple of times, man. Go in and shit, and not even realize I was in there for like 24 hours and shit. You know, it's like holy shit. If you're winning and you're winning, man, you know, if you know once you lose, then it's time to go. You know, but if you're winning,
Check this out. I was sitting at a baccarat table one time, right? And I couldn't lose. And you know, those Asians love that baccarat, whatever you want to call it. They were getting mad at me. I'm like, why are y'all getting mad at me? It's not like I'm messing y'all up. You either bet on the player or the dealer or a tie, you know? And they were getting mad because I guess I was too lucky. And my phone started ringing. Man, I'd been drinking Jim Beams and Coke all night, right? My phone rang as my girlfriend. She's like, where are you at? I'm like, I'm still at the casino. And she goes, when you supposed to be at, you know, such today? I'm like, oh shoot, I forgot I worked at this car lot and you know, subcontracted, and I was supposed to bub out a hood I painted. Man, I hightailed it back to Memphis and I was bubbing out a hood on this Escalade with cowboy boots on, dress up shirt, you know what I mean, and drunk. I was still drunk.
yeah, I was at the casino one time, man, for over 18 hours, man, and I come out and I broke even. I was like, you know, 18 hours to break even. At least I broke even, you know. I was like, man, no, they got it like, oh well, I didn't lose none. I didn't gain none, but I didn't lose none, man. It's entertainment, man. You know, that's how you got to look at when you go to casino. Don't look at it as trying to win. Just look at it as some entertainment to have fun tonight, you know. Especially go to the ones where you get the free cocktails, man. You know,
I was going to one so much, they were sending me stuff in the mail like free nights and, you know, comp money and stuff. And I'd sit there and go down there and I'd get that comp money and I'd go to the video poker machines and I'd win money there. Then I'd go to the blackjack tables and then I'd win money there. But then I'd lose money. After you get to a certain point, you quit, but you don't.
yeah, I got a friend of mine. He says, he wanted to go down to the casino one time, man. He says, I want to go down there to the buffet. It's real cheap and shit, and get all you can eat. I said, all right, that's cool. And he says, man, I want to go spend about $20 on the slot machines, man. But I'm probably going to drink about $80 worth of beer, man. You know, free beer or whatever. You know, I was like, yeah, all right. You know, that's when I was drinking and shit. I said, all right, I'm down with that. And that's exactly what we did, man. Pretty much, we spent about 20-30 bucks on the slot machines, and I was having 7 and 7s, man. You know, I put down quite a few.
You know why I got so wasted down there? Because every time the waitress would bring me my mixed drink, I'd give her a $5 chip. I bet she was making $75 an hour off of me.
I go to the casino with free booze, man. I ain't messing around. She can bring me back one. I'll give her, you know, I'll give her a couple of dollars worth of chips, man. But you know, I'm trying to get the free alcohol.
What's going on, Shadow Quicksilver? Yeah, man, I'm just glad I don't do that anymore. I don't drink. I don't have the desire to drink whatsoever anymore.
Nah, me either, dude. I ain't drinking over 20, almost 25 plus years, somewhere around there, man. Don't even give it any thought anymore, man. As long as I got my medical marijuana, man, I'm good to go and shit. And guess what? There's a shortage on that shit right now, John boy.
Hey, did your stuff ever come to term you were growing?
Yeah, it was good. It was good. It's been gone for a while though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got quite a little bit out of it, man. It was
I haven't
You know,
even done that because I got to pass drug tests to get a job. I'm going through this temp service and stuff, so I got to stay clean.
yeah, I don't know. Got the nosy neighbor and shit, but I think I might got that little settled up a little bit. I don't know, man. I had it out with him when I was in the hospital about my security light. He
Oh
left a
yeah,
note on. Yeah, he left a note on my door about my security light being on. I'm in the hospital. And they're here by themselves. That's why they call it a security light. I got
yeah.
kind of upset, man, and put them in check about that too. But you just mind your own. Put up a curtain. My light's bothering you. Put up a curtain in your window.
Well, didn't you say wasn't a window near where he was saying?
Yeah, their bedroom's in the front of their house, and the light was shining on the side. So I mean, it's not shining upstairs in your bedroom, man, or whatever. I don't know. You're gonna be very difficult of a neighbor and shit, man. But
Go over there and give him a bill for providing security light for his property. Also, I mean, it's not just helping you; it's helping him.
well, usually it ain't even on if I'm home. She's got it on because you got raccoons and possums and shit. She just don't want to open up the door and let the dogs out in the dark and shit, or some
Yeah.
pervert staying in there and shit. Yeah, that's why they call it security light. No, I don't know. He'll get over it, man. I gave him a good fucking chewing out, man. Maybe a little too hard, a little too much, man. But hey,
Well,
I
Heather
just
B, thanks for coming by.
he's the same one that got nosy about the marijuana plants, man. Remember?
Really?
He put a ladder up against my fence and looked over my fence at my marijuana plants, and then an hour or so later, he was outside on his cell phone, and I could hear him, and he's saying, "Yeah, they're about 8 foot. Yeah, there's about there's about 6 of them. Yeah, they're at this location." And I'm like, and sure enough, man, it was a day or so later, some guy was sneaking around my property, man, trying to look over my fence and shit, man. He had some kind of badge, not like a police badge, like an ID badge. I couldn't see what it was. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's what he did. He called on me to try to turn me in for growing marijuana, man. They didn't do nothing. They couldn't do nothing. They couldn't see them, and they were secure and all that good shit. I followed the laws, man. But yeah, he
Well,
got a ladder. Dude looked over my fence, man. This got on the phone and started fucking phone whipping my ass.
I forgot where it was at. There's somebody that was growing stuff in their backyard, and it was getting too tall, so he built a big old high fence all the way around his backyard, right?
Yeah.
Well, what he didn't figure in on was wherever it was he lived, they had a building code, and you had to go get a permit. So he didn't have a permit to build that fence. So the guy that I guess issues permit, whoever the building code officer or whatever, they came to find out about why he didn't get a permit and the fence up and saw all those plants back there. That guy went to prison, man.
Well, I think if I grow some this year, which I'm gonna have to really quickly think about it and turn it in the spring here, I'll probably go with the strand that's short and fat, or if I go with the strand that's tall, I'll probably just train it to lay down, roll across that way, lay it out that way, and that way, because I don't want them to get over 8 foot anyway, man. My fence is only so high and shit,
This
but
thing could get 15 foot high.
I'm going to get me some fans, and I'm going to get me some big fans, and I'm going to put them in the yard, and I'm going to point them right towards the neighbor, and I'm going to turn them son of a guns on and let them get a good whiff of that skunk. How you like me now?
Hey, I grew 2 of them, and I'm out in the country. And man, every once in a while, for some reason, that smell would build up. It'd smell like you had a family of skunks somewhere.
Yeah, it was smelling good, man. I loved it, man. I love the smell of it, man. But we're good with this freaking coronavirus, man. It's getting a little tight on the medical and everything, man. Because it's legal here in Michigan, where you can just go buy it for yourself, man. But if you got a medical card, you can go anywhere and get it too. But it's getting tight, man.
Well, check this out. I saw somebody on the net. They were talking about, they're vaping, and the coil in their vapor went out. And he went to try to get a coil, the coil that you put your fluid in. You know what I'm talking about, that makes the
Right.
stuff vape. And he said it was back ordered up until November because the coils are all made in China. So you better think about that.
Yeah, Paris Logan says, Ben, do you want some organic compost on in Michigan? Great for plants. Contact me. All right, man. I'll get hold of you. Get my friend's pickup truck, man. Come down and get me a load of it, man. Hell yeah. Better than buying it, man. Well,
Yeah.
let me give an update on the stocks, John boy. Hang on, man. Let's
All
see.
right.
Down minus 2013. That's minus 7.80. That's pretty bad, man. It's not doing good at all.
Well, let
Hey,
me ask you, are they
but
basing
oil,
that negative off of what? Yesterday's, or are they basing it off from where it fell from a week or so ago?
what this right here? This is
Yeah.
live. This is what's going on live. That's why they shut it down this morning when they opened up because it was crashing. They got that, like I said, they got a breaker switch and shut it down for 15 minutes, and then they opened it back up, hoping it would, adjust itself. It wouldn't be so bad, but that didn't help at all, man. And it is about the oil and gas, man. They're seeing the worst days they ever seen, man. So that's good for us. Yeah, black gold. That's good for us for a minute, like I say with the gas prices. But eventually, that's going to kick our ass too, John boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is. It ain't even so much the coronavirus we got to worry about now. It's about feeding our asses, man.
Yeah.
They stopped the flow of cash, real cash, from China and other countries from coming in the United States of America, dude. Yeah, that's why there's a shortage on cash. They're not allowing that. They're not allowing that filthy money to come here. See, they were saying 9 hours it survives on the surface. Now they're saying 9 days, dude. You got them big old planes flying overnight, pallets upon pallets of cash just back and forth. It hurts. They stopped that shit with the quickness, man. That's why I say, people say, "Oh, you nuts and crazy." Don't get yourself a can of Lysol and every bit of change and money you get, spray that shit down, man.
I do.
Spray it down. Keep it clean yourself, man.
It's crazy.
Well, wait, it's gonna get worse, John. It really is, man.
We just all need to pray.
Yeah. I pray that it dies down and everything goes back to normal and shit, and the New World Order has got their ass kicked and shit, But one way to kick the New World Order's ass, the people trying to kill us, is wiping shit down, man. Fight and kick the germs, kick that virus's ass ourselves, man. We'll take control of it ourselves,
Well, I'm pretty
You just now
isolated.
you're just now like New York's wiping shit down, and you just seeing some cities are taking the effort to try to stop the spread. New York, man, I don't know how the hell are you going to stop the subways, the rail, the busing, the cabs, the Uber drivers, the Lyft drivers. I mean, you're not just
Hey,
what I'm saying.
yeah. Well, I don't even get. There's a guy. Well, I better shut up. I don't know if that's supposed to say anything or not. There's a YouTube
What's
guy
that?
that's a Uber driver. I won't say the YouTube name, but I heard he's under quarantine.
Yeah, there's quite a few out in California. There's quite a few of them, dude. And I
This
heard there's
guy's
quite
in,
a few of them exactly in New York too.
this guy's in Mississippi.
I heard that the baggage handler, and I can't remember what city he showed positive. So he touched the bags and shit, and then the people that weren't affected maybe come up behind him, grab their bags and shit. I heard that the screeners, like the ones that are at airports and shit, I heard that quite a few of them are getting sick. It might not kill as many people as the flu, man, but it's going to have quite an effect on our economy. That's the part that people ain't gripping, man. Forget
If
maybe we
anything,
there might only be 3,000 people died from this in the United States of America. But
well, if anything, this opens up people's eyes to being, a little cleaner.
exactly, man. Exactly. If we just clean up, wipe up, look at China. They're always walking around with masks and shit and fucking hand sanitizer, dude. They've been doing it for years and years and years, but unfortunately, didn't help them at all, did it?
No.
And I think, John Boy, I think of the numbers true numbers that we don't know in China. We don't know, man. It could be crazy off the hook, man. Yeah,
There's no
I ain't checked the map yet either, man. I don't even want to go look at the map, man. It's slow anyway, man. Yesterday I did a live feed and it didn't even show the deaths in Florida.
Yeah, these maps and stuff, they're not updating. That's what they're doing on that channel last night. It showed 22 died in that one elderly home, but it was only showing like 19 have died in the state.
Hey, last couple of days when you were opening up your search page, whatever browser you use to search with, were you getting a little pop up about virus and where a link they wanted to send you to?
Started yesterday. A pop up that's over top of everything. Yeah.
Yeah, up over everything else. Yep, yep. And they want you to click on that and go to their link. Yep.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
Well, shoot, if you even
Let me see
put the
here.
word coronavirus in your title, you're going to have a coronavirus banner underneath your video.
Yeah, that's true, man.
I had
That's
a
true.
New World Order banner put underneath my video, but for some reason they took it off.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've seen Illuminati and shit videos like that, but they ain't done that quite a while either, man. Hang on a minute, man. Let me do this, man. You want to share this, man?
Yeah. I haven't seen it pop up yet.
See if I can get to it.
Somebody popped up stage earlier before last time you got off, and their stage name was in like Russian. And they had their icon. They didn't even show their face, so I didn't.
Yeah, I got it. Run from Mexico.
You still there?
Let's click,
Okay.
yeah, let's
It
click
looks like
on
I'm
United States. Okay, clicked on United States. See, it's look at it, man.
Man, it's showing it in Tennessee and Kentucky and Mississippi, Alabama, if I'm looking at that right.
Oh yeah, here I'll zoom in on it, man. Hang on. I'll go one more. There we go.
Oh, that looks like it's up Missouri, Kentucky, Georgia, and down in is
You
that
got
Mobile,
Davis.
Alabama? That Crestview, Florida, maybe?
You got Davison County, Tennessee. One confirmed, one active in Davison County, Tennessee. It's
That's
Florida's got 2. See, they weren't showing the hang on. See, they're not showing the deaths in Florida, man.
yeah.
See, I know there's been a couple of deaths in Florida. No, they're not. See, they're not showing the deaths in Florida. Oh, right there, 1 death, man.
That's
Death.
Panama City. That's the old retirement community.
Lee County. I'm not. Yeah.
Well, I'm just looking. That's either
Let's
Tampa or Panama, one of the two, being down that far.
Los Angeles. I was afraid of this. Los Angeles confirmed 14 cases. You got to remember, a whole lot of these people ain't being tested, man.
Hey, this is something else. And while I'm thinking about it, I'm going to say, you know what else this is going to affect?
What's that?
The movie industry. Think about it.
Yeah.
They usually go out of the country and film this stuff, and now they're even stopping people from going to, well, you know, people going to theaters or what is it, the James Bond movie? They're not even going to put it out because of the coronavirus.
Ontario, Canada, 34 confirmed cases, man. 30 active, 4 recovery, no deaths. But that's gonna just climb. See, look how big that red spot's getting, man. See, look how big that red spot's getting. That's almost as big as out here in Washington State. Washington State's amazing, man. It's spreading pretty good, dude. Oh, look up here in Canada, man. British Columbia, 32 cases, man. See, I'm worried about Mexico City, Mexico, man.
I don't think so, MH. There ain't no cases in Mississippi, is it? And last stands asked about Colorado.
Louisiana, I don't see here.
That's Florida
No, I
Panhandle.
don't see none. I don't see none in. No, I don't see. Well, hang on. No, I don't see any. What did you say, Colorado? I know there's cases in Colorado spreading pretty good. There's a lot of cases. You got El Paso, Colorado, Douglas County, Denver County, man. 2 confirmed cases, and it's also in Summit County. So yeah, it's spreading pretty good in Colorado right now. Chicago's getting pretty big too, man. 7 cases, but that's really low. And we all know about New York. That's just look at New York, John boy. Look at how much it's spreading, dude.
Ain't there some in New Jersey too? You're welcome.
Yeah, it's looking like all up and down there, man. Let me see here, man. Connecticut, New York. Yeah, it's taking hold in it's
Maryland too. And Maryland's a small state, man.
I don't see nothing in Maine, just close to the border of Maine in New Hampshire. Chicago starting to show. Texas, I'm kind of amazed about Texas. You know, you see down towards Houston now the bigger spread of it, but which you know when you see the bigger red spots, that's where it's going to get. You know, you see Dallas right now showing the signs. 1 confirmed, so you know Dallas is going to have a big old red spot on next week, man. With probably within a couple weeks, a week. Yeah, this is crazy, dude.
Yeah.
See, what I'm trying to tell people here. Let me look at this. Look at this, dude. Remember when China just started off with that one little red dot? Remember? Now look at it, dude. Yeah. Look at it, man. Look at Europe. Total blown out, man.
Why is Russia so special?
What's that?
Why does Russia not have anything?
They got. I'm sure they do, but they see this border from China all the way through Russia, all through here and shit. Yeah, Russia shut that shit down with the quickness, man. Yeah, they told China and Russia, man. They both shut that shit down. But I'm sure there's a lot more cases in Russia, dude. That you know, that's another communist country. They're not gonna tell the truth, man.
Yeah.
But you see, you know what I'm trying to say by, it started off over there in China, like one little red dot like this right here, one little red
Yeah.
dot. And now look at the son of a gun, man. I mean, this is real, man. This is gone hot, man. This has gone global, man.
It's crazy.
The only place it ain't hit is, it looks like, Antarctic, man. What is this up here? Is this Iceland or Greenland or something?
It's
So
one
Antarctic,
of the two, yeah.
but it's supposed to like the real cold, huh? But yet it ain't
Yeah.
having an effect. Yeah, something. See, and look at South America, man. You know it's warm down there in South America. Look at it starting to boom and pop. Look at Australia. I don't know what the weather is, and temperature and season it is in Australia right now. I'll have to look it up, but and Africa's probably going to blow up pretty quick. I guess this just puts a aspect on what it looks like, in real time, man. Crazy, dude.
Yeah, it is.
I hate looking at that map. It keeps getting redder, redder, redder now, boy. And very soon they're just gonna have a big old red dot around the whole freaking world, man. you know?
The United States looks like it's fixing to be covered in red looking at that map from a distance like that.
It's gonna happen just like it is in Europe and Italy, man. It's gonna happen, dude. And Italy's shut down the northern section of 6 million people, dude. China tried to shut down. Look at all the millions and millions of people and shit, and it didn't have no effect. It still just spread like. That's because it was no signs for 2 to 4 weeks. People just
Yeah.
going didn't even know they were sick. That's why I don't understand our government. They know that it could be two. I think it's longer than 2 weeks that you show no symptoms. I think it's close to 3 to 4 weeks. But anyway, they should be shutting this shit down, man. They're not. They just, the same with them cruise ships. I told everybody they just wanted them people to stay on them cruise ships for they could monitor them like pigs, man, in a testing lab and see
Yeah.
how many people got sick and how many people died. And that way that because you got your lab rats right there on the boat that can't get off. So we'll just use them and see how many people die, and then we'll ship
Well,
them to some quarantine center somewhere.
what cruise ship was it that was? It just started its voyage and it was going to go around the world. I forgot how long. It was going to take 180 days. Whatever happened to that?
I know that Grand Princess. They're docking. You probably see it on news. They're docking off in Oakland County, man. Oakland in California. They're gonna dock that ship there, and they're gonna get the sick people off, and they're gonna transfer some spot and transfer some spots, and they're gonna take the ones that ain't sick and let them go home and self quarantine, and then remaining crew members on the ship, which is about 1,000 crew members, they're just gonna go back out in the ocean, and they don't know where the hell they're gonna go, what they're gonna do, because they're not from not from this country.
That's messed up.
Well, that's be what, the third ship. You had one in Japan. You had another one here. Another this is the second one here. I don't know why people get. And there's people out there. Oh, go on cruise ships, man. You're an old person. Enjoy yourself and go on that cruise ship. Yeah, go ahead, man. I wouldn't go on a cruise ship anyway, man.
I
They're
wouldn't know.
that's foul, dirty place to be, man.
When that first cruise ship had that rhinovirus, that stomach thing or whatever, and all those people got sick, and then another one happened, I was like, I know I ain't getting on a cruise ship ever.
Never. It kept on happening over and over and over and over and over. And you expect me to get on a cruise ship with that in mind, and then plus the coronavirus 1 and 2? I don't think so, man. Plus we
No.
got the flu 1 and 2 going around. Hell no. They're taking an ass whipping though, dude. Their stocks are down 50%. See, there could be an opportunity here for some little people to invest, a little bit of money into, because you can invest in the cruise ships and you know, probably so many months or years down the road, it'll get back and get up there in price and make a little bit of change. But I wouldn't go betting on no fucking cruise ships stock at all, man. You know, it's
No.
gonna take a while for that shit to come back, man. Because people are gonna think in their back of their brains for long, many years, man. That you know, I remember when all them people got on them cruise ship and got coronavirus. Fuck that! I ain't. But
Man,
there's
what pushed all these cruise ships? The love boat coming in. I don't know the whole song. I just
but there be opportunity to make money off this, you know, if you look in the right direction, you know. Keep, like I say, keep an eye on the oil right now, real low. You may invest in a little bit of oil, man, and ride it out and double your money, you know. So you invest $1 million, you can make $1 million, you know. You could also lose that $1 million at any given time right now. So you got to be real careful, man.
man, it looks like it's supposed to come a rain here. I don't know how good this stream's gonna keep going. Everything looks red outside for some reason.
So what did it close? I think did it close, right? Oh wait, what time is it? Almost 5 o'clock. I'm gonna check. I'm looking at see the Dow at minus 2013, man. 7.79, man. That's
What's
bad.
the total fall of it though, is what I'm saying. Where was it at and how much did it really fall? I mean, they're not like starting over the next day at this point and letting it fall and saying, well, it lost this much. What is the total amount?
Well, when they shut it down, I think, and when they shut it down, I think it was minus 1,500, and they immediately shut it down. So there's 1,500 loss right there, and then when they reopen it up 15 minutes later, which is right now, it lost over 2,000 points, 2013 points.
So
So
did we add the 15 to the 2,000?
I don't know how that works, John Boy. When they use that circuit breaker, I don't know if that ended that trade or not. I think it just pauses the trade. So and then the final closing bell, whatever numbers it is, that's then numbers for today. Wait, we'll look at the future tonight. See, we could look at the future of what's going to happen tomorrow because you know there's trading all around the world at different times. So you could see the future trade, and they know what's going to happen tomorrow ahead of time. You know, so they could prepare for another shutdown of the market, man. So we'll have to wait and see, man. Or people might just, hey, John Boy, people just might think like me and say, man, you know what? It's a good time to buy a couple $1 million worth of oil and a couple $1 million worth of this and a couple $1 million worth of this. It's real cheap. It's real low. Sit on it, man. Wait for it to bounce back. Make their millions of dollars, and we start all over again, man. Who knows, man? I don't think it's gonna bounce back anytime soon, brother. I don't.
No.
I mean, what you know, you got to have one crisis on top of another crisis on top of another crisis to you know to put that boot on these people's necks, man, to keep them down even more, right? You know what I mean? So, you know, I watch there'll be something that happen on top of this, man. I guarantee it, man. You know,
Especially a prescription shortage. Watch.
we'll probably see some war break out somewhere, man. And you know, all of a sudden, Russia and China stick their nose in it. We stick our nose in it, and then next thing you know, there we go with that, man. You know, because
Yeah.
it's a powder keg out here, dude. Right now, with all these countries, man, we seen the food shortage in these countries, and think about the third world countries, man. How poor they are already. You know, holy moly, man. Them people are gonna sit there and uprise, man. Want food, man. Demand food, man. It's
Yes.
just gonna. You know, we're blessed and fortunate, you know, in the United States of America, but because we ain't seen the Great Depression, but we may just about ready to see it, man. People might really feel the pinch, man.
Fix to
I
be
mean,
crazy.
it's probably $5 trillion worth of money just gone today, dude. Almost probably close to $6 trillion probably already gone today, John Boy. Just poof.
That's bad.
Yeah. And like that cop said, man, there's a group of individuals that got a whole lot of money that don't want Trump in office, and to do anything to get him out. They'll collapse the economy and shit, man, and blame it on Trump. And here you go. You know, don't let that crisis go away. That's why I say there'll be another one, man. They're going to keep coming and coming and coming, man. I don't know what the next disaster is going to be. You know, it could be a natural disaster like an earthquake, like I've been saying, or it could be man-made, man. You know, they could use the harp and shake the shit out of the coast of California and cause an earthquake, dude. You know?
Oh, yeah. These people are demented. That's for sure.
Yeah, John Boy, they sure are, man. Especially them politicians. I tell you what, man, they are psychopaths, man. They are liars and thieves and murderers and rapists, and it goes on and on and on, man. You know?
That shifty shift. I don't see how he could even. I mean, I just don't get how he could. Some of those cameras so smug with that shit-eating grin he had on his face all the time.
Because he's in the house, and when he speaks, he can't be held liable for all the lies he say because he's protected. So he can come out and spit all the lies he wants and shit. He's not under oath and shit. He's protected, man. They write these rules and laws to protect themselves. And I don't understand why the Republicans don't do it back at them and shit, man. You know?
Well, that's like they're so worried Trump needed to be impeached now, and then they sat on the paperwork for over a week. I mean, wait a minute. If he's so out now, why are you sitting on that?
And then they go after Barr, and they go after anybody that's associated with Trump and shit. Giuliani, you know, Roger Stone. The list goes on and on and on. You know, it's sickening, man. And even that cop said today, man, he talked about that too, how corrupt it was what they're doing going after Trump. But he said how corrupt it is. The people they're going after are surrounded by Trump. You know, probably he didn't mention no names at hand, but you know, we're talking about Roger Stone. You know, now I don't know what's going on with Julian. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Julian Assange, but there's something ain't right with this dude. I'm telling you right now, man. I don't know what it is, John Boy, but something ain't right with Julian. Ben, you need to pass it this way.
I think he was talking about that THC.
Yeah, smoking through the mask. Oh, quit it. I don't want to get no coronavirus in my smoke, man.
I like my coronavirus sunny side up with a dash of salt and pepper.
Gotta charge this one up, man. Sucks, man. They're getting low on my product, man.
Yeah, you better get something under some grow lights real quick.
Well, I got enough. I got enough units, man, to last me for a couple months. But that's not the point, man. You know, it's just.
If you, I hate to say it, but the quickest way to grow something, get that auto flower. You'll have it in 3 months.
Yeah, I got growing room downstairs, man. If I need to, man. I just it's just wait now, John Boy. To tell you the truth, there's just way, you know, too much more other shit to be focusing on. You know, I try to get some extra stock, some extra units and shit. It is what it is, man. You know, but the herb, man. I can get the herb anytime I want and just roll it up and smoke it. But I like vaping, man.
Yeah. I'm just lucky it's just me. All I got to worry about is me. I've got enough medical supplies. I got bandages, gauze. I've got upholstery needles and fishing line in case I ever need to, stitch myself up.
You got some moonshine to put on a cut? Wink, wink. Huh? I
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Hey,
I got
I
those
got,
right
I
below
got,
my nose.
I got fifth of whiskey right now, man. It ain't for drinking; it's for medical use, man. I'm telling you the truth, man. You know, so I may not have some of that cream to put on my hands and cut or something, antibiotics in it and shit, man. And when I pour some of that whiskey on there, man, I'll be good to go. Step on a rusty nail and shit, man. Cut that bitch open, pour some of that Jack Daniels up in that cut, man.
I guess I'd knock on wood. I don't hardly get infections like that from cuts and stuff.
I don't either, man. I cut myself all the damn time, dude. I don't get it. Might get scab up a little bit or whatever, depending on the cut, and that's that, man.
What I used to do when I was a kid, and I look back at it now and think, how crazy was I to think this way? If I'd get like a cut on my arm or something, I would go over to where my dad had some 55-gallon drums and water was in the top of it, and it was orange from rust. And I'd put that cut right down in that rusty water, thinking that iron would help it heal.
We did. We
I
did
never
some.
got.
We did some dumb shit when we were kids, huh?
I was talking to a neighbor the other day, and he was talking about, man, when we were kids, we used to dip dirt. I'm like, what? Dip dirt? He's like, that dirt that get behind the bumper on a car, man, that was some sweet dirt. I was like, I ain't never done that.
Me either.
Dipping dirt.
Yeah, this is man, this is gonna be one hell of a ride, John boy.
Yeah.
Sit back and enjoy the show, I guess, man, because it's about ready to get crazy, man.
That's one thing I didn't get, popcorn. Dadgummit.
Yeah. Too late now, man.
I got a bunch of rice and all sorts of different kinds of dried beans on top of all the
I did
canned goods.
too. I stocked up on big bags of rice and big bags of noodles and beans and shit. Different varieties of beans and shit. It's cheaper anyway to buy big bags of shit, man.
Get you
And I
some
got
flour and some cornmeal too.
and I got one of them cellars, man. In my basement, I got a cellar that's what it's made for, man. Store shit like that in there. Good to go. I stocked up on canned vegetables and fruit. I got frozen fruit and some vegetables, but just in case the power goes out, I want to be double sure, man.
That's I'm only set up for no power situations.
Gotta be, man. They gotta have that grill to be able to cook on, for a minute. But I'm not talking a propane grill. I'm talking about something you can put in some wood in, man. Because you might not be able to go get no protein, man. Where the hell are you gonna go if everything's shut down? Oh, I need to go get some protein gas. Where the hell are you gonna go? Nothing open. Good luck with that. I'll be sitting there cooking on my grill, man. I got one of them wood burner grills, flat surface, got 2 holes on the top of it and shit. Put the wood in there, bang, boom, bang, bang, man.
If I have to, well, I actually have done it. I dug a hole and it made some homemade bricks and made me like a little pit thing. And I've got like grills from other barbecue grills that, they rot out or whatever. I just set that on top of it.
Well, it's like I got an axe. I got 2 axes actually, because I might not have no gas for my chainsaw to be chopping up a tree and shit, But I got an axe now, and I also got flints, man. And, I probably got enough big lighters for a while, but you know what? They're not going to last forever. But that flint, it'll last me forever, man.
Well, you hear all these people talking about getting their portable generators. A generator uses 5 gallons of gas a day.
And how many gallons does it hold anyway? And then once that's gone, if you ain't got reserve backed up, man, you're done anyway, man.
Yeah.
You know.
When I first moved out here, I was staying off the grid, and every so often I got this little. I got it from Harbor Freight, little generator, 110 generator, 2-stroke motor on it. It only, I mean, it would go through 2 gallons of gas in 4 hours. You know, if you had a
Yeah,
load on it.
I I thought about the solar power and the batteries and going that route and shit, but it's pretty expensive to get started, you know. And
Well,
I just
it's not enough sunlight anymore. I
not
had a
with the
solar,
geoengineering, not when
yeah,
they're
I had a
geoengineering.
solar panel, and I was trying to go that route. That's why I had to get the generator out to get my battery charger going because there wasn't enough solar due to all the airplanes.
Well, I figure it this way, man. I should be able to survive off what I got without any power. I should be able to survive because I'm a hunter and fisherman and all that good shit anyway,
Yeah,
man. You know, if I have to comes down to it, like you said, you got fishing line and shit, man. You know, go dig up some worms. You know what's happening. Get a couple bugs, whatever, man. Go fishing and catch yourself something to eat. You know,
yeah.
I you got to know about your surrounding areas. You know, like asparagus grows pretty good around my area and shit, man. You gotta know where to look for it, man. But during that season, man, asparagus is expensive anyway, man. You know, but yeah, you just know where some apple orchards are at, man. Some pear trees, you know, shit like that, man. Like,
Hey,
believe me,
look,
I know where there's apple trees. I know where there's a cherry tree. I know where there's mulberry trees. You know, shit, I got mulberry tree in my backyard. Worst comes down to worst, man. At least I'll be having some kind of mulberry jam on some bread. You know,
well, let me tell you this, Ben. Down here, I watched all my wild edibles die out last year. I watched it
really,
over 3 years just start gradually dying. Well, there's no more wild edibles. The
we got
mulberry trees, I've got a couple of those, did not put out anything. And I've got a bunch of wild black raspberries. They did not put out anything. The muscadines did not put out anything. And every vine in the woods is fallen and wrapped around the bottom of trees right now.
wow. See,
Geoengineering.
my grapes did good last year. The cherry tree did good last year. The mulberry did good last year. But I noticed some other things didn't do good. You know, I have struggled with some of my tomato plants and my milkweed that I grow for my monarch butterflies. It all died this year and shit. But I noticed some trees too that this is having effect on. You know, it
Yeah.
just seems like it's being selective in what it's killing. But yeah,
Well,
I
you
guess
watch this season and see what happens. Look, I used to be able to go out and get 5 gallons of muscadines, right? Easy. Well, the next year I was only able to get 3 gallons. The next year I was only able to get 1 gallon. Last year I couldn't find enough to fill up a half a quart jar.
huh.
And now they're all laying on the ground.
You know, it's like these so-called fruit and vegetable markets and shit. You know, they're all GMO shit. You know, so you're not seeing really what the effect is. You know, because our all that rain and shit, it had a big effect on the Midwest or middle of the United States food belt, man, all
Oh
the way
yeah.
up to Michigan, man. I mean, the corn, the soybeans, it had effect on all that shit, man.
Well, the
Yeah,
worldwide, man, they're either in drought, floods, hailstorms, tornadoes, or whatever. All the crops have been getting wiped out big time
see,
worldwide for two
but
years now.
people want to come out here and pick a fight with you because we believe in geoengineering, but they won't open their eyes to all the flooding going on here just in the United States of America alone. In certain areas too, our Great Lakes are 1 to 2, 3 foot above level right now, man. That's terrible, dude. You know, we're lucky we didn't have no ice this year, man.
Yeah.
Because if Great Lakes would have been iced over, think of the amount of water after that, man, when it melted and shit. It's already flooding out here, man, especially on the east coast of Michigan. It's flooding out week after week after week. It's eroding the side of the lake. The highways are going into the lake. It's just eroding away the man, and that's got a lot to do with the wind shifting from the north, shifting from the east now. So a lot of the wind blows across Lake Huron. on that side, blows up against the coast, and it erodes it all away, man. But see, people want to sit here and they want to fight with us about it. And I'm like, well, I don't know where you're at, and you're not opening your eyes to what the hell is going on, man.
Well, a lot of people, they're not looking outside in the nature and seeing what they're not. I'm in the middle of the woods. I have been a woodsman all my life, and I'm seeing the changes. I've been trying to tell people. Nobody wants to listen.
They just rather fight with you, man, and some people, and just argue, and it's like, just open your eyes, man, and look, man. We're not
Look,
lying. They're geoengineering. They're messing up the climate, and it's having an effect on our planet. And if they don't stop it, they're the ones that are going to kill us, man. They've got
it's
nothing.
weather warfare, and people don't realize it. We're trying to counter what the Russians are doing with the weather, or the Chinese are doing, and everybody's trying to counter each other with their weather weapons.
Oh, China made it snow, but that's just they just did it that one time, No, they can do it all the time, man.
Yeah,
And don't think they don't do it all the time. But they try to explain themselves. Well, they did it the one time for the Olympics or whatever.
yeah.
No, man. If they did it one time, they can make it rain, they can make it not rain, they can do whatever the hell they want, wherever they want. And then it becomes
Yeah.
a weapon, man. A weather weapon. And we don't know if we're getting hit with a weather weapon from other countries like China or Russia right now, and that's what's going on. And we're bouncing back over to China and Russia and hitting them back with some shit. We don't know, man.
Well, we got to build up systems over us that keep their system from coming into us. I mean, look at these hurricanes. Like that one dude's talking about down there, and it was in Texas, right? Where that hurricane come in, went out, come back in. And then you had that other one. Where was that? Was that Panama or Puerto Rico? Where that hurricane stopped over the island for like a whole day and destroyed the docks, the shipment docks.
I said this before. You're gonna notice a shift in tornadoes going more towards like up towards Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, up towards that area. You're gonna see more of a shift that way, man, than farther down south. I just see it coming, man. I just see it happening by watching the pattern and what they're doing. It's all shifting more towards the northeast, man. And I
Oh
don't know.
yeah.
And then we got the North Pole shifting at an alarming rate, where they got to upgrade their GPS systems all around the world and a year early because it's moving that fast. That ought to tell you something right there.
Well, let me ask you something. When's the last time you heard about a tornado in Kansas?
Been a while.
Yeah, but in Kansas known for the tornadoes?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The tornado alley is shifted more towards the east, like last year, towards the
Yeah.
bottom part of the United States, and now it's shifting more towards the northeast. It's coming up. That's why I say Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Michigan, probably parts of Illinois, up through parts of like Buffalo, New York, and Canada. All the way, yeah. It's
Just
because
West Tennessee alone has had their share of tornadoes. I remember back in like, what year was that? 1980. Let me think here. Was it 86? Anyhow, West Memphis, Arkansas got hit by a Thanksgiving Day tornado. It ripped interstate signs down. It destroyed daggum truck stops and everything.
Well, look, it's already shifted towards you in Tennessee, man, with the tornado outbreak there. See,
Oh,
it's
it's
already
been bad.
shifted, man.
It's been bad already.
That should
Jackson,
have
Tennessee
been
about got wiped out like 10
that
years
should
ago
have
or
been
better.
farther down south towards Texas area. But that ain't what's happening. It's shifted, man. Like I just said, shifted towards Tennessee, Kentucky, and all that up towards the northeast, man. Watch. You'll see it. You'll see it this spring, man, and this summer, man.
Well, look at the tornadoes that just come through.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
There was
That's
four of them just north of me, not even 30 miles. And then that's the same ones that wound up over in Nashville and then Putnam County.
see. That's what I'm saying, man. You can see the pattern. You can see it setting up. You can see what the North Pole shifting and the wind shifting and where they're spraying and what they're doing. You can actually see the movement of this, man. You know, I try to explain it, but I don't know really how to explain it. But I could just see it moving, man. I could see the North.
Right.
I can see the movement of North Pole. I can see the change in the wind, and I can see where they're spraying, and I can see where the damage is going to be this spring and summer, man.
Yeah.
Same with next winter. I see next winter because we hardly got any snow here in Michigan at all.
We
So
didn't get nothing.
so there you go, man. You know, you can. It's almost like shit's reversing. You know, like who knows? Maybe here in Michigan we might end up down like in the tropics, man. South America, you know, who knows? I'll take it. I'll take it.
It's crazy.
And we know that pole shifts happen many times throughout the history of this planet, over and over and over, man. So, and there's been mass distinctions with the pole shifts, man. So they can't sit there and lie to me about it and shit. I
And
know
look, some of that stuff was instant because they're finding stuff in the Antarctic that's still green vegetation underneath those ice, you know.
they found a mammoth, woolly mammoth, and it had a certain kind of grass in its mouth when it died. It was literally eaten, and they analyzed that grass and realized it didn't grow in that part of the world. It literally had to shift, and that's
Yeah.
what I think happened.
It was a
That's
tropical
amazing.
kind of grass.
Right, but there's evidence. There's some woolly mammoths got grass in its mouth. It don't grow in that part of the world. It grows on the other side of the world. The only possible explanation they could say was a pole shift because it died suddenly, man. Instantly, something killed it, man. That's
I saw
crazy.
some. Well, I saw some on 60 Minutes, and it's over in Russia, and they found enough, some woolly mammoth stuff that the DNA was still good in it. And they said in the next 10 years, they will have a woolly mammoth. It won't be full blooded because they got to have a donor or something or whatever to make it grow. But they're fixing to bring back the woolly mammoth and put
Now,
it back where they found it because they're saying trees make the earth hotter. And because we don't have woolly mammoths tromping down the trees is the reason why the earth is warming.
yeah, that's just
Yeah,
crazy.
60
But
Minutes.
yeah, that's just great. But here's a theory. What happens that maybe it wasn't an asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs? Maybe it was some kind of virus, right? And you go messing around that DNA and you release that virus, and then here we go again, man. Call it the
Yeah.
dinosaur virus, man. You know? No, leave that shit alone, man. I don't want to see no dinosaurs, and I see, I understand it, man. That's past tense, man. Hell,
We don't need a pterodactyl that can sit there and come down and grab a daggum elephant. Those things were big, man.
get a knock at your door saying, here it is, like the dog catcher is a dinosaur catcher. Your dinosaur got loose, you know.
Dino
Like
from
I got a T,
Flintstone.
I got
Remember
a T
Dino?
Rex. I got T-Rex, man. It protects my property. No, I don't know. It's just, but to get back to the point, it has happened over and over and over with the pole flip, man. You know.
Yep. Well, I
And
figure we're going to see a lot in our lifetime.
it may be the shit they're spraying in the air, John Boy, that the metals and shit that's having an effect on the magnetic pole of our Earth and shit, man. Because the metals are affecting our magnetic shield. It could be reversing it. It could, who knows, man.
Well, look at CERN. When they crank up CERN, it puts out over 100,000 times the magnetism the Earth puts out. I mean,
Looking for the
100,000 times.
looking for the God particle. And I always said, what happens if they did that and all of a sudden, poof, God appears and says, you looking for me? It blow them away, man. No, but what happens if they open up a black hole or some bullshit, man?
That's what they're doing. Every time they do that, they make a pinhole black hole and they try to hold it open.
That's stupid. I mean, honestly, it's just plain out stupid, man. Because that little pinhole black hole could start devouring things around it and shit, and grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. We're screwed and tattooed, man.
Well, that's I swear, man. I remember in high school when Mandela went to prison, and then I remember when he died in prison, and then years later, I'm seeing on the news he was released from prison. I'm like, oh, that blew me away. I'm like, hang on, this dude is dead, but he got released from prison.
Mandela effect.
I'm serious.
I
I
know.
remember when he went to prison and died.
If you observe like certain signs and certain shit when you really pay attention and look, if you really do focus in on it, you'll see that a lot of signs have changed, man. A lot of signs are different. You know, it's crazy, man.
Well, I know Chuck E. Cheese used to be Chucky with an E and a singular cheese. Now it's Chucky with a Y and a plural cheese. It's Chuck E. Cheeses. I remember I sat in the parking lot for an hour and looked at the Chuck E. Cheese sign. And I'll tell you something else. I was going into Jackson one day because I used to have to use big boom cranes to get air conditioners on top of roofs. And I saw one and I was like, I wonder if that's Barnhart. Close enough to look. And guess what that crane had on the side of it? Burkhart.
What's that?
It said Burkhart instead of Barnhart.
See?
Burk Hart. And it used to be BAR.
Well, I know what ain't gonna have that effect tomorrow, and that's the stock market, man. It ain't gonna change. We done seen it, man. We done witnessed it today, man.
Did they
Two
close
thousand
yet? Or
points.
what's it at?
Oh, it dropped at 2,000 points. All right, I gotta catch this one, John boy.
All right. Well, thank you, Ben.
All right, peace out, brother.
Until next time, thank you. And anybody out there in chat is showing I got 5 people. I'd like to thank y'all for sticking around and showing up. I hope y'all got something from all this. I don't know what else to say. Other than everybody have a blessed day, and I'm going to get off here and finish out the afternoon getting what I need to get done. All right, MH, thanks for hanging around. I hope everything stays safe over there in your state because you're isolated. You're in between us and China. You're closer to China. So MH, just stay safe out there. And People's Last Stand, if you're still in here, prayers, Logan, all y'all. Thanks for coming by. And I'm going to go ahead and end this thing. And y'all have a blessed day. And until next time, I'll see y'all later. John Boy out.